Hello everyone! In this video, I'm going to show you how to build REST API with Node.js and TypeScript that's compliant with Open API specification, which will be auto-generated from the code, effectively making the code a single source of truth. Our API will be integrated with Express and Serverless frameworks, so in the end, we'll be able to deploy it to AWS and access it on the internet. Moreover, this time, I'm gonna cover the code with tests, so you'll have a great insight into how REST APIs are built in a professional environment. Let's get started. As a first step, let's have a look at the requirements list to make sure we have everything needed to start building our project. And what we need is Node.js and npm or Yarn package manager installed locally, Serverless Framework installed as a global npm package, Git and GitHub account, Visual Studio Code, AWS account with AWS CLI installed and configured locally, and latest version of Docker. And now just quickly, let me give you an overview of the project itself. To build it, I'm going to use tsoa, a TypeScript and Open API framework that lets you create controllers with TypeScript decorator annotations. And these annotations, along with standard TypeScript interfaces and types, are later used to infer Open API specs automatically. And now the plan is to build 5 endpoints with auto-generated specs by tsoa, then to integrate tsoa with Express, and that comes out of the box, by the way, so this should be easy. And then finally, we're going to integrate Express with Serverless Framework so we can deploy everything to AWS. Regarding the data storage, we're going to use AWS DynamoDB. Additionally, everything will be covered with API tests, starting from general sort of end-to-end / integration tests, with potential for the tests to become more granular as we go forward with the implementation. Okay, anyway, I think that's enough of talking. Let's start building. So here is Visual Studio Code already opened on my computer. And now to speed things up a little bit, we're going to use a template project that I've created beforehand with all the required dependencies and all the initial configuration. So what we're gonna do is to switch to Chrome, to my GitHub account, where you can find this template project called ts-serverless-openapi-template. There is a link in the description below, so you can just click on that link. And then what we're interested in is this green button, use this template. So I'm gonna click on it and then choose create a new repository. So I'm gonna click on create a new repository. And now what I should see is this form. Then for the repository name, let's go for something like Open API Products. That's gonna be the name of our REST API. And I'm gonna leave it public so everyone has access to it once the video is finished. Okay, so now what we need to do is to click on create repository from template. And after a few seconds, we can see this has been created for us on our GitHub account. And now the next step is to clone it to our local machine, right? And in order to clone it, we want to click on the code button and then copy this URI just by clicking on this button. And then we want to go back to Visual Studio Code. Then from the menu, we want to click on Terminal, New Terminal. In the terminal, I'm going to change directory to projects. And then in the projects directory, I'm going to run following commands. So we have git clone, and I've just pasted what I have copied from here, right? This URI, just paste it in there. Then I'm gonna press enter, and that should clone Open API Products repository for me. Now, the next step is to open that newly created folder. It should have the same name as the repository name you picked, right? So in my case, this is Open API Products. So I'm gonna click on Open, and then it should be in the projects directory. So I've just opened it, and we can see this project opened in Visual Studio Code. Okay, and now what we want to do is to install all of the dependencies. So I'm gonna again go to menu terminal, click on new terminal, and then from the command line I'm going to type yarn, or you can do npm install if you use npm instead of yarn. Then enter, and after a few seconds we should have all of the packages downloaded and installed in our project. Okay, done. And now let's try to start this project, okay? Let's try to start the local environment. In order to start the local environment, we can run either yarn dev or npm run dev, then enter. This may not work at the first go because it has to generate all the specs and routes. So you may have to wait a little bit, or if it doesn't work straight away, you don't see listening on the port, what you need to do is to press Ctrl+C and then try to run it again. This is only for the very first time once you download the project, once you clone it with Git. And the second time you should see something like app listening on HTTP localhost 3000. And now when we click through with Command or Control on this HTTP localhost, that should open it in the browser, and what we see is status not found. And this is the correct message because we don't have any endpoints for the slash endpoint. However, if we do /docs and press enter, we will see Open API documentation page with all of the default example endpoints in this template repository, in this template project. Okay, with schemas and everything compliant with Open API specification 3.0. Right, and at this point, I think we can start the implementation of our products API. So I'm gonna leave this page for later. I will show you later how to make HTTP requests from here, but let's build something ourselves first. So let's go back to Visual Studio Code. And in Visual Studio Code, we're gonna focus now on the test directory, because I would like to take a test-driven development approach. So we're gonna start from the test, right? So if we go to test API, and maybe let's open article.spec.ts, and we're gonna use this file as an example. And next to this file, let's create product.spec.ts. Okay, so we're gonna keep this article.spec to do some copy pasting if we need to. Right, and actually let's just start from doing some copy pasting. So what we're interested in first is to do describe. And that's gonna be product. And then let's start from post product. So another describe post product, and let's focus on the positive scenario first. So we will have something like maybe like with the articles. So we're going to borrow this test case. Okay, so let's just copy it, paste in there. We have it responds with 201 status code and newly created product data if product has been created successfully. Okay, let's go back to article spec. And let's have a look at this act stage of the test. So this is where the execution happens. This is where we send the request, okay? So let's copy this fragment of code, and I'm just gonna explain what it does. So I'm just gonna paste it here for now, and let's import this helper function called request. And yeah, we're gonna have to define a request body. But first, yeah, let's talk about this request, okay? So if we click through to request, this is just in the app file in the helpers directory in tests. And this is where we've wrapped the app, which is the application, which is our Express application essentially. We've wrapped it with supertest. Okay, so it passes it to supertest, and that allows us to make HTTP requests with that supertest library. If you're interested in how app looks like, when we click through, this is very standard Express application. The only difference is with this line of code, which is register routes, and that is called from auto-generated routes file, auto-generated by tsoa. I'm gonna show you in a second how this is done. But yeah, for now, what you need to know is that it allows us to make a request as though this request has been done from Postman or curl, or even from this documentation page, this one. So that's how it works. Here we tell this is gonna be the post method with authorization header. For now, we're not gonna use authorization. I'm gonna show you later how to deal with that. And for the request body, let's define something. So maybe let's create something like product, where we will have a name. And this is gonna be some random name. So maybe let's use product name and some v4. This is just a random UUID. I like my test data to be random to make sure we don't have any hard-coded code in the project, right? In the production code. Then for the description, product description, and that's gonna be exactly the same. Some random price, I guess. So let's do math.random. And is there anything that we want to add to this project? I guess that's fine. We can just have a name, description, and price at the very beginning. So that's our request body. And we expect to get something extra in the response body. So let's do expected response body. And that something extra is gonna be basically, it's gonna be everything that we had in the request body in the product. So let's just do request body product, spread it, and let's add ID, which is going to be, for now, we don't really care what kind of ID this is going to be. So I'm gonna use expect anything and write a separate assertion for that. And you know what, let's add created add with expect anything. Okay, and then, yeah, the way this works with supertest, what we get back from this post method is a response. It's very similar response to express response. So we can run expectations, like assertions on this response. So if we do response dot body, we can compare it with expected response body here, which is gonna make sure this is matching that product with 2 extra fields. For now, we don't care about the values, but I'm gonna add assertions for values right now. So let's do expect response dot body dot ID, and that should be type of, because that's the only thing that we can verify, to equal string. And for created add, because that's gonna be a date time, let's just do something like response, maybe even better. Let's do, so as I created add, I plan to get a date, but this date is going to come back as string. So what we want to do is to use date, the actual date, but get, that was get seconds. Was it the seconds? I think it was get time. So this is gonna give us a Unix timestamp, and I'm just going to subtract it from, again, that's gonna be new date, but this time we're going to provide a response body created at get time, and we care if this difference to be less than 1000, because get time gives us milliseconds, right? Milliseconds, so this is Unix timestamp in milliseconds. What we check here, if the difference between the actual date and the date from created at has no more difference than 1 second, right? So that has to be the actual date. And 1 second should be enough for running this test. It should be like milliseconds. So this makes sure we get the actual date, right? But we cannot get the exact same date because this is in milliseconds. So that's what we do. There is other ways to test, to write assertions like this. We could just check minute, for example, up to the minute, but I think this is fine for now. I also used a similar strategy in other tests here in this example project. Okay, so yeah, so that's gonna check if we get back some information, some product data when this is called. Okay, now I'm gonna show you how to run tests, because that should fail. So if I add a new terminal here, just by clicking on this plus button, and if I run yarn test, you can try npm run test if you use npm, and we should get an error that we actually received, right? Because what we received in the response body is status not found. That's the default fallback for non-existent endpoint. So at the moment, this is a correct behavior, but we want to change that behavior. And I've just realized there is one more thing that I need to add. One more assertion, which is to check the status code. So let's do response.status code, and that has to be equal to 201. Okay, so that's how it's done. Okay, nice. Yeah, but this test fails, which is fine. This is how you do TDD. We have a failing test, and let's make it pass. Okay. How we gonna make it pass? So we're gonna go now to SRC, to the production code. So let's open SRC API, and maybe let's have a look how to build API endpoint with tsoa. So if we go to the article controller, this is where we have all the article endpoints defined. There are two. One is a post endpoint, and the second one is get endpoint. Right, and the controller files are really the files that tsoa cares about. If we open the configuration file for tsoa called tsoa.json, in that file there is one setting, one property called controller path globs. And this is where we are supposed to specify the pattern for the controller files, right? With this pattern, basically tsoa is gonna look for any kind of TypeScript file that ends with controller, right, suffix. And that's the case for article. That's also the case for auth controller here and users control there. And now when it finds a controller file, it looks for the class, a controller class inside that file. So this is article controller that extends from the controller, that's that tsoa controller basically. And on that class, what it cares about is decorators, this kind of annotations, TypeScript decorators, right? And whatever is specified in these decorators, in this case, like at the class level, we are supposed to use a route. This is to tell tsoa that we've got an endpoint in there, a concrete endpoint. So basically with route article, we will have a slash article. And then in the methods of this class, we have more decorators. But for now, what we're interested in is get with this ID thing, right? This is essentially telling tsoa that we have a endpoint slash article slash ID, where ID is parameter, so it can be swapped with any sort of value, but that value has to be a specific type. How do we tell what type it is with the decorator for the method parameter, right? So we've got the path decorator where we passed ID that has to match the param in there. And here we specify the type of that param, right? So it's string, and tsoa is gonna infer this automatically, right? So tsoa knows, we just told tsoa that we have a slash article slash ID endpoint where ID is parameter and has a type of string. tsoa is gonna infer that and generate it in OpenAPI specs. Then for the post, we didn't specify anything in there, right? There is no arguments in this decorator function. That means it's just gonna use the default path. And default path here is article. So we will have a slash post article endpoint where now it is slightly different, right? Because for the post, we have a request body and we have a body decorator for the req body argument in this method in the post article, which by the way, you can use any name. For the methods, you can use any kind of name. tsoa only cares about these annotations, these decorators. Then for the post article, we've got the body, and the body basically tells tsoa to look at the type of this parameter, right? At the TypeScript type. And in this case is the article request body. When we go click through on this, what we see is just a simple TypeScript type, article request body with an article property, and then it points to new article, which is essentially article without ID and created at. So that's how it works for article, right? It doesn't matter where you keep these files with the types, whether you use types or interfaces, as long as you use a TypeScript, a strict typing with this kind of decorator annotations, tsoa annotation, then this type of this request body is going to be inferred automatically in the OpenAPI specification. Then for the response body, it's just a matter of specifying the return type of this method, right? So in this case, we've got the article response body, which returns property article with an article. So you see there is a difference. For the request body, we've got a new article that doesn't have ID and created at. For the response body, we've got the article with ID and created at, right? Because that's going to be generated by this endpoint in case of article. Then there is one extra annotation here, actually two extra annotation, security as well, but we're gonna talk about security later. I'm talking about success response. So this tells tsoa that in case of post article, success response is not default 200, but 201 created, right? HTTP response code for 201 is created. Right, so that's how it looks like for article controller. And now we want to do the product. We want to build the product controller. So maybe what we're going to do is to create a new folder next to articles. I'm going to call it products. And let's copy paste this article controller. Let's rename it to product controller. And then we don't really care about these entities, about these internal types, because we're gonna have different ones. So for now, I'm just gonna keep these two types empty, and maybe let's rename them to product request body, product response body. Then we don't need a constructor at this point. We're only gonna focus on the product controller. So let's rename this to product controller. Then provide singleton is gonna be product controller. I'm gonna talk about this dependency injection in a second as well. So no worries, I will cover that. And we won't have get article. We will only have a post product where we'll have a product request body and product response body here. That's gonna be more straightforward. So let's remove securities for now, and we can keep it like that because we're gonna start using it at some point. For the product request body type, let's define it first. So here we want to have a product itself. So maybe let's just define them here. Define these two types. So let's do export type product, where how it's gonna look like. We already got this data structure. So let's just paste this here and let's change this to string. This is also string. And the price is number. Right? Okay. We have something missing. So we'll have an ID as a string. And let's add created at as a date. Now for the product request body, we will have something like a new product. So maybe let's create another type and let's have a look how it looks like with article, because I remember there was something with omit that it's better to use interface. Okay, let's just go with this syntax instead. Otherwise, we will get a specification that is not really clear because it's gonna use some omit keywords, which we don't really want to. So let's just go with this kind of syntax for the product, where we're gonna use this. And maybe let's call it interface as well, to be consistent, okay? Right. Then for the product request body, let's just follow the syntax that we used with article. So that's gonna be product, which is a new product. And for the response body, we will have a product that is a product, right? So yeah, the only difference here is that new product doesn't have ID and created at. Okay. Right, okay, and now what it complains about is that it doesn't return product response body, right? And what we wanna do is to just make the test pass with minimum effort. So what I'm going to do is to return whatever they want me to return. Okay, this is a promise. It doesn't have to be at this point, but because later on I'm gonna add DynamoDB, we will be working with promises. So maybe let's promisify it from the very beginning. So we'll just do promise resolve to make sure what we return is a promise indeed. And then for the product, what we'll just do is to spread request body product, and we're gonna add ID, which is gonna be v4 again, and create it at, which is gonna be new date. Even though we check for the string in the product spec, we can use date. And this is because tsoa is smart enough to work with date. When you use date type, it's going to be turned into string in the response body. I think it is the case. We will see, we'll verify it with the test itself. Okay, I think we've got this endpoint finished. Let's go back to product.spec and let's run yarn test or npm run test. And let's see what we get. Okay, and we've got a failure. Let's have a look what is the problem. Right, okay, the problem is with body ID that should be string, and I think I've made a mistake because there is no ID directly on the body. There is also product. I mean, there's product first, right? That's how it's supposed to look like when we check the expected response body, right? We've got a product first and then there is ID. So I forgot about product. Okay, let's try to run tests again. Okay, we've got another failure. Let's see. Okay, I think we've got a problem with date. So it looks like it's not automatically turned into a string. Or not. Actually, I think this is the same kind of issue where I forgot about the product, right? Yeah. Let's run the test again. Test pass. I see there is a small issue with exiting gracefully, but I'm not going to bother for now. So let's hope this is not going to break anything with our tests at later stage. Right. Okay, so yeah, we've made it pass, but this endpoint doesn't really do anything on its own at the moment, except for generating a random ID and returning a date. We want to store that product in database, right? Plan is to store them in DynamoDB. So maybe let's modify this test to verify if that product that we're trying to create has been stored in DynamoDB, okay? Or maybe even better, let's create a separate test case for it. So I'm just gonna add another test case. And maybe let's call it stores product in database. This is gonna be very likely asynchronous. We'll have some promises there, right? And now, for now, maybe let's do a copy paste. So we will have a set and request body. Maybe slightly different. Maybe let's create a product first. So let's have something like a product where this is gonna be our product, okay? And then request body is this. Let's copy this part. And now we don't really care about the response itself, right? We only care about whether it stores the product in database. But yeah, the issue is now we don't have database yet. We don't even have a DynamoDB client installed. So let's add it. What I'm gonna do to install it is just gonna be yarn add, and that is AWS SDK, but that's client DynamoDB. Enter. You can do npm install instead if you don't use yarn. Okay. So that's been installed, added to the project. And now let's create that client straight away in the test for now. So we'll have a client, new DynamoDB I think this new DynamoDB client with empty object. And what we want to run is client send. That has to be with await. And let's send get object. Is it get object command? Get item, sorry, get item command, where we have a table name. We don't know the table name yet, so I will change it in a second. And then we care about the key, right? There has to be the key, the primary key for that product that we want to add. Actually, it might not be that easy because we don't know that key. And you know what? Oh yeah, okay, we will get that key. So maybe let's use the response in here, because this is how we're gonna get that key. And for key, we can actually use something here. Maybe let's call it product ID. And this is gonna be a string response dot body. I think that's not that kind of response that we care about. Okay, I've got a typo in the response. So that should be response dot body dot product dot ID. And maybe let's hardcode table name. That's gonna be products, right? Okay. We'll get the output here. And then on the output, we'll get something like an item. Okay, so we want this output item not to be undefined. That's first. And then we need to map it somehow. So maybe what we'll do is have an output item yeah, that should be actually other way around, I guess. Because yeah, that's gonna be a bit tricky if I want to. If I do it this way, so okay, maybe I will do it this way. So we'll have a product ID dot s. I think this has to be okay. It's gonna complain because it's possibly undefined, but it's not true. So you know what? This is gonna be record string attribute value. Output item. An attribute value is coming from the from Lambda. And now we can just use item here. I think it complains about the fact that it might be undefined. So maybe instead of doing this. Yeah, unfortunately, TypeScript is not smart enough to go past this. But I don't blame TypeScript, it's fine. So we want this to be equal to response dot body product, right? So maybe we will do something like actual product. Let's call it actual product equals response body product. It is a bit messy test right now. We're going to clean it up, but for now, let's just do it. Let's just build it like that. Okay, we care about the actual product. Maybe I rename it to expected one, so because it should be. And this is ID. Yeah, that should be expected. Expected product. The actual one is this one in the context of this test. And now let's just do 1, 2, 3. Because what we've got name description. So that will be name description price. The price is actually n. It's a number. And we have a created at as well. So one more. Which, by the way, is also gonna be number as a Unix timestamp. So created at, and here name description price created at, and there should be 2 string. Maybe what I will do is just use this kind of function. Why string? It is because DynamoDB gives you a string even for the number type. You see, string or undefined. So these have to be equal. Okay. That seems to be fine. Obviously, if I run this test now, I can even do an experiment. We probably gonna get, yeah, most likely we're just gonna get an error. I don't know what kind of error though. It might try to connect with my AWS, with my own account, but it's not gonna find product. Let's just run it and I tell you what to do next. Okay, we've got one failure, which was expected, and requested resource not found. Okay, so it actually managed to connect to my AWS account. But yeah, this is not what we want to do. What we want to do is to run DynamoDB locally. And we can do it with Docker, specifically Docker Compose, because that's going to be easier. So let's create a Docker Compose file in the main. Yeah, it should be like at this level. So maybe I open packages.json because that's going to be useful in a second. And let's create a new file. Let's call it docker compose.yaml. And here I'm going to paste following YAML. This is to run DynamoDB locally. So we have one service called DynamoDB that uses the official DynamoDB local Amazon image, container name DynamoDB, hostname DynamoDB, always restarts. We've got the volumes specified for the TMP directory. So that's just gonna create, maybe actually it's a good idea to add this .tmp to gitignore if it's not already, and it is not. So let's just do .tmp. And because that's essentially gonna create the file in there, DynamoDB file with all of the database contents in this directory. And then port mapping is just 8000 to 8000. So this is gonna run on 8000 locally. And the command, this is what's used to start DynamoDB within the container, right? On the container. Right, okay, I think this is it to run DynamoDB. We can test this file by just doing docker, just running this command, docker compose app, and that should be DynamoDB. We need to specify the name of the service. And if I press enter, after a few seconds, what I get is this, which indicates that it is running. So you know what? I'm just gonna do Ctrl+C to stop the container, and then let's add this command to package.json. This is why I opened it. So let's add a new script. Let's call it docker, and this is where we're gonna run docker compose app -d, because we want to detach this container, right? And that's gonna be DynamoDB. And now we want to add this docker to be executed whenever we run the test. Like any type of test we have in here, any type of script. want to start Docker first because we're gonna be connecting to database from our tests. And now let's test it again. So I'm just gonna do yarn test, or you can do npm run test or just npm test, I think. And let's see what happens. Okay, yeah, that started the container, and now it's running the tests, which are going to fail. Yeah, okay. That failed because it tried to connect to my AWS account instead to this local instance. So let's go back to, let's close packages.json, docker compose, and let's go back to product.spec.ts. And then let's find DynamoDB client, because here we want to change the endpoint to HTTP localhost 8000. And we also want to run another command, which is create table command, right? We need to create table first, which is gonna be just table name products. Then we need to specify attribute definitions. This is very similar to how you define table in serverless.yaml. So we need attribute definitions. There's gonna be just one attribute, which is product ID. And attribute type is going to be, I think it's just S. Then we have a key schema. And I think this is very similar. Yeah, again, this is attribute name has to be product ID. And we have a key type, which is gonna be hash. So that's how we define it. And the last property that is missing, doesn't complain about it, but it is missing, which is provisioned throughput, where we're going to go for 5 for both read capacity and write capacity units. So there's lots of code in this test case, but don't worry, I'm going to refactor it in a second. So yeah, we create the table before we run the test. That should be actually at the very beginning before we even make a HTTP request. So let's just do it at the top here. Yeah, there we go. We've got the create table command. Then this is where we make the request. And this is where we have all of the assertions. Right, and after doing all of the assertions, we want to make sure that we clean up after ourselves. How we're gonna do it is by deleting the table that we've created, right? So let's just send another command, which is gonna be delete table. I think that's how it's called, yeah. And the table name is products, I think it is. Yeah, it is products. Right, okay. And now let's give it a go. So let's run the tests. Okay, that failed. And the reason it failed is because the item is undefined. So that means it managed to connect to our local database instance and it managed to find the table in this database, right? The products table. The only issue was there was no item in that table. And this is correct behavior because we don't create anything in the production code. Let's change that. So I'm gonna go back to products controller. And then in the products controller, let's write the simplest kind of code just to make it pass. So let's create a DynamoDB client instance, again with endpoint, which is gonna be HTTP localhost 8000, right? And what we wanna do This time, yeah, this is slightly different. So maybe let's do this instead. So let's create this product separately. Okay. That's the first step. The second step is to initialize DynamoDB client. And then we want to run this client, we want to send a command. It's called put item, right? That's gonna create an item in the products table. Okay, so we need to specify the item, and there is a need for the mapping. So here we're gonna have a product ID, which is a string, and that's the product.id. Then the second one is gonna be name. Again, that's product name. And maybe let's do some copy paste for the rest. So there's gonna be description, price, created at. So this is description, this is price, and this is created at. So description should be extracted from product description. Price should be product price. However, this is supposed to be a number that we have to turn into string. And then the same case is for created at. So this is gonna be, I think this is actually easier, because we can just do created at and get time, which by the way has to be changed to string anyway. Right. So this is what we do, is try the way, just send a put item, we need to await command to create a new item in the products table. This is to make our test pass. Okay, let's run yarn test and let's see if we manage to do this. Okay, still one failure. Something is wrong. Let's see what we've done wrong. Okay, we've got something. Okay, we have a pre-existing table. Okay, that looks like we didn't clean up after ourselves correctly before. So that delete table command didn't work for some reason. In that case, let's try to run it at the very beginning. And let's try again. Okay, it failed again. Let's see what the error is now. Okay, so now we only have an issue with created at. Okay, yeah, that's easy to fix. Right, yeah, this is what we received, but we expected the ISO formatted date. And I think the issue is with the test itself. So we expected to get, yeah, the created at is not the correct expectation here. And by the way, I think, yeah, we get it as a string. So there is a difference between how we receive it from the API and how this is stored in database, right? And that should be get time as a string. Hopefully this is gonna fix it. Okay, it works. We managed to make it pass. All of the tests passed. So we have a success here. Right. Okay, so yeah, the next stage of working with test-driven development is refactor, right? Because this code is not very nice. So we've made sure our production code works. Maybe let's focus on tests. Let's slightly refactor this. So instead of keeping like all of this command calls here in product spec file, maybe let's create some helpers. I think it could be a good idea to create a helper first that creates a table for us. So let's add a new file in the helpers directory, and let's call it maybe products table.ts. And in there, I was thinking about maybe let's export two functions. One is going to be create products table. I think we can just, yeah, let's see how it goes. So I'm going to move the part that, okay, so client, DynamoDB client, that should go in there. Maybe we export it as well. So this is gonna be just a single point, right? In a single file, we'll have the client. We're not gonna create a new client for every single test case. Then that's the command that needs to be run, right? So that's what we wanna do. And we can actually, yeah, we're gonna make it asynchronous. Let's create table command. Right, and so this can be replaced at this moment, right? We can replace it with await, create products table. Yeah, for some reason that hasn't been imported automatically. Let's just do it manually then. From helpers, not create article, that should be products table. And we have a create products table, right? So that's something that is running like this. It's just being called as a function. Create products table, delete products table. Again, asynchronous function. And let's just move this there. Right. So we can run it. Delete products. Okay, that's okay. We didn't export it. Let's export it. Delete products table. So we don't need a client here anymore. Actually, we do need. We still need because we sent get item command. So maybe let's just use that client that we import from there. Okay. And you know what? It might be a good idea to use maybe hooks, the jest hooks for before each. That's gonna take care for. That's just gonna take care of running these two. And then I think that the actual way, the correct way, is to before all and after all. Because we can keep that instance, the table for entire time, like for this could even be at the products level, but for now let's leave it there because that's the context we are working in. Right, I think this is gonna fail right now when I run it for the first time because it didn't clean up after itself last time I ran it. But yeah, we check in a second. We're gonna check it in a second. For now, let's have a look how is the test right now. Okay, and it looks good to me. So let's try to run it again to make sure we didn't break anything. It may fail, right? Because of this missing cleaning up after. But when I run it again, I expect it to succeed. Okay, yeah, we've got an issue here. Yeah, it's the same issue. Cannot create pre-existing table. And I wonder if I run it again, if it's going to work now because it's been deleted or after all wasn't executed. If it wasn't, then I try something else. Okay, yeah, so that fixed it. Okay, perfect, yeah. If it didn't work, I was planning to remove a .tmp directory. This is where all of the DynamoDB data is kept, so you can just do this instead. Anyway, this is working now and it should work from now on. Should just work correctly because we always create the products table at the very beginning when we start running the test, before we run the first test case. And then after we run the last one, it's just gonna delete that table. Right. Okay, let's think about further refactoring of this code. And what I'm thinking about is to introduce a repository pattern at this point, because we've got lots of mess with this mapping from DynamoDB to our internal object, to internal product data structure, which is not very elegant in both places, right? In the test and in the production code, which is here. It would be nice to have something else that's responsible for that. And this thing is going to be a repository, a product repository that I'm going to introduce. But before I build this repository, we're quickly gonna talk about inversion of control container that is used in this project with tsoa. Essentially, it is integrated with tsoa, but I added it. Tsoa doesn't impose IOC on developer. If you want, you can use inversion of control, but you don't have to. In case of this project, we use this inversion of control. And how inversion of control works is simply creating objects. It's constructing all of the objects from classes for us. And in case of product controller, or maybe product controller is not the best example. Maybe let's open article controller, because we have a service and repository for article controller. So if you have a look at the article controller, we've got this provide singleton decorator used in here. And then in the constructor of article controller, we can see this inject decorator, right? That injects article service that's used as a, this is essentially dependency injection. So we've got a service as a private member on this article controller class. And this service is used in the get article and in the post article, right? And now what this provide singleton does, when we click through, this is a custom file that I have created, just following documentation. And it uses fluent provide from Inversify binding decorators. What this fluent provide does is it still behaves as a inversion of control. So in case of article controller, with just pure inversion of control, you don't need to, there's no place in the code where you have to run something like this. Right? This is what inversion of control container does for you. So it constructs objects from classes. What is the difference with provide singleton is that it's sort of lazy loading kind of creation of the new controller. So when we start the service, regardless whether it's gonna be within serverless context or if it started locally, when we start the service, and let's say we send a request to article endpoint, regardless whether it's get or post, if that article controller hasn't been created yet, because we just started the service, then this IOC container is going to create a new instance of article controller. Basically just by calling this new article controller, that's what's gonna happen. And then when the second request comes, it's not going to create it again with the use of provide singleton. If we didn't use provide singleton, for every single request, we will get a new instance of article controller created, which is not something we want to do from the efficiency perspective, right? We just want to create that instance once. And that's what happens with provide singleton. So this is just a smart kind of syntax for creating an instance just once. Okay, so that's what provide singleton does. Then going forward, with article service, which is a dependency on article controller, right? So normally you would do something like this: new articles service. And then there are other dependencies in article service. With Inversify, instead of again having to initialize everything ourselves, we can just use these decorators. So if I go to article service now, we can see provide here. And provide decorator basically makes article service available to be injected anywhere we want, which in case of articles is just a single place, right? It's in article controller. So this is to be used with inject, right? So on the class itself that you want to make available to be injected, you use the provide decorator. Then in the class that you want to make the other class a dependency, use the inject decorator in the constructor, right? So what happens in here, it just tells Inversify, give me the articles service if you find any articles service. And because we've got articles service created here with provide, Inversify is going to give it to controller, right? So it's going to auto inject it into this class, into article controller class. And if we have a look at the article service, this is actually, this is going further, right? We've got articles repository here, which is, by the way, not, this is not the constructor passed into the inject anymore. And that's because articles repository is just an interface. You cannot pass interfaces into an inject decorator function. But this still allows for dependency injection. So what happens here, we tell Inversify that article service expect to get articles repository. Whatever this is gonna be, it has to match this articles repository interface, right? And then this is the only point where we, instead of using this provide keyword, we actually have some sort of configuration. And that configuration is in the IOC.ts. And this is meant to only create database related or external API clients related bindings, right? It's called binding with the IOC container. So IOC container, in this case, it takes responsibility for constructing all of the objects, but you still need to tell IOC container how to match these dependencies. So in case of articles repository, because there is no place in the code where we have a provide articles repository, it has to be manually created with bind. And that's what happens here, right? We've got the IOC container bind articles repository, and that's the dynamic value of in-memory article repository. It could be constant value. So this is how we inject repositories into our project. The reason why this has to be manually is due to different testing strategies that we can take here. This basically allows us to unbind certain repositories and swap them with stubs or mocks, test doubles in general, right? So for any kind of concrete implementation of something that's external to our domain, to our application in this case, like a repository that connects to database, or like external API client that connects to, another web service or microservice, we're going to have to specify it here. Again, I'm not trying to impose this approach. If you prefer to go with the provide, feel free to go with provide. I actually haven't figured it out myself what is better approach, so I allowed myself to have both followed in this project. Anyway, for articles repository, we use in memory, right? We use in memory. For DynamoDB, the idea is to also have a repository, which is a DynamoDB repository. So we sort of gonna follow the approach with articles, right? And let's just start following it. So what we wanna do to get rid of all of this problematic mappings is to create a new repository. Let's start from the interface. So here in the products, in the production code, I'm going to create a products repository. And this is just gonna be an interface. Interface products repository. And right now, the only method there that we care about is to create a new product. So let's just add a create method that is supposed to return. This is gonna be a promise, right? We want to be promise ready. And what it's gonna expect to receive is a new product. So let's call it new product. This is gonna be new product. And this is gonna be product. And I think it's the right time to move out these two interfaces. So products should go to product.ts. And the new product, I guess ideally is gonna go to new product.ts. This is going to import product. Product doesn't have to import anything. And we have to import the new product and product in the controller now. Then in the repository, let's import them again. Okay, we want to export that interface, obviously. Okay, so now we've got the products repository interface. Let's implement that interface by introducing a concrete repository here. So that's gonna be products repository DynamoDB.ts. And this is just gonna be a class, the same name, but it's going to implement products repository. Because of that, it needs to have an asynchronous create method that takes a new product but returns product. And this is the code that we already have in here, in the products controller. So what we want to do is to copy paste it for now like this. So just like that. And here we've got the product. So we need to create that product from the new product. Let's go back there. And let's just copy this as well. The only difference here is that we're gonna get a new product from that argument, right? Okay, now that should be enough. And we want to return at the very end, we want to return the product. So this is how mapping is done in this concrete implementation of DynamoDB repository. Right. Okay, now let's make sure this works. So let's just remove what we have in there in the post product, and maybe let's create a new products repository first, just like that. And let's call the create method, right, with request body.product. And then we don't need to use promise resolve anymore. However, this is asynchronous, so we have to await for this. And I think there shouldn't be a comma at the end. And this is incorrect because the response body is slightly different, right? It looks like that. We have a product and then there is a product. And this is how I see controllers. So the only responsibility of a controller, the methods of controllers, is to map the request body into internal objects of the application, and then map the internal objects of application into the response body. And this is what happens here. This is a very simplified example because usually as the application grows, there is need for more and more mapping at this stage. Okay, with that new repository, let's make sure we didn't break anything. So I'm gonna run tests again. Okay, all passed. So let's continue now. Let's add this dependency injection. So for the product controller, let's add the constructor. I think we have to call supper in the constructor, and then we will have a inject, and this is gonna be products repository. For now, let's just do products repository. So we'll have something like private products repository, and there is a products repository type. Let me just have a look at article just to make sure. That's how we do this. Yeah, private and then super. Okay. So we've got the products repository injected, and now we don't need to create a new instance. We can essentially run this products repository create. Okay. But now when I run the test, this is not gonna work. And that's what I was talking about with this IOC configuration. Now to make this work, I need to go to IOC, and here we need to do IOC container bind, and that's gonna be products repository, products repository, and this is gonna be 2. And I think I don't really have to use, this doesn't have to be like with in memory. I can just do 2, and that's gonna be products repository DynamoDB. Let's find out if this is enough. So I'm just gonna run tests now. Okay, that failed. So something is wrong. Yeah, that looks like there was some internal error, which I'm not going to check. What I'm gonna do instead is to do I think it's constant value, that's enough. So here we just do new DynamoDB products repository DynamoDB. And I think I didn't mess up the name yet. No. Okay. Let's try to run it again. Okay, that's passed. So yeah, it must have been something with creation of this repository. Okay. Yeah, this could even go further if you think about it, because the repository itself, this one, it uses the client, which is another object to be created. But because for now we don't really care about the configuration. I mean, even if with the configuration, that should still be fine. So you know what? I'm just gonna create a new instance of the client in the constructor. And that is going to be a class member client, DynamoDB client. And then we're just gonna use this client in that repository. Right. And speaking about configuration, it might be good moment to start splitting, to start moving some certain things into configuration files, because we've got table name products, which is for now just hard-coded string, both in the tests, in the helpers as well. So it might be good moment to do that. Okay, let's just create it. So let's go to config, and then in the default.json, maybe let's create DynamoDB for DynamoDB configuration, and DB tables, where we're gonna keep all the table names. So let's have a products name, and that's gonna be just products. Okay, and let's add to the test.json, let's add slightly different DynamoDB configuration, which is going to basically look like this one with the endpoint. Right. So now we can just run config, which is a different library. 1 second. So we need to import it manually. You can just use node config basically. And that's gonna be config get. And what we're gonna get is just DynamoDB, I think. That's how I called it. Yeah, DynamoDB. And we can do the same thing for our DynamoDB repository. Okay, before we do the tables, let's run tests again to check if we didn't break anything. Okay, everything works. So now we can do the tables as well. So for the tables, let me check what was the... So that's DB tables products name. DB tables products name. So that's config get DB tables products name. And let's just copy this and let's paste it here in the products table and in delete as well. And I think also in the test. Because yeah, we use it in there. The config is not here. Oh yeah, okay. That's not process though. Config. Okay. Yeah, that should be enough. Let's run the tests again. Okay, passed. And now what we want to do is to separate all of this need for mapping from the tests and just move this whole responsibility to the repository, okay? So in order to do that, this is going to be very similar how it's done with the in-memory repository for articles repository here. You can check in the other tests how this is done. I'm just going to follow this. So maybe even I copy paste this and rename it. Which one is the copy? This one. So this is not going to be copy anymore, but we will have a, this is not in memory either. So this is just a product repository DynamoDB .spec.ts. And yeah, let's just copy the name again and paste it there. And for now, we want to focus on the create. So we're not gonna do fetch one by ID right now. So this is what we get, and we want to store a new product in database and return product with newly generated ID and actual created add date. So that's correct. And then instead of these three, we will have the actual products repository DynamoDB. This is not going to be new article, but new product. This is going to be product. And let's rename this. This shouldn't be new article, but new product. And yeah, that's gonna be different. So we have a new product and expected product. Right. Okay, how new product is going to look like? It will just have a name. So let's just do product. You know what? At this point, because I'm doing it again, it's worth to create a helper for it. So I'm just gonna create product.ts, export create product, where we will have a product that's partial of a product, and it is going to create, that should be const, and this is going to give us a product. So basically we'll just get some random product. Let's just find product spec, and let's get this example that we use. These three. And I'm just gonna paste it. And what it complains about? Okay, it's missing ID and created add. So let's just add ID, which is just v4, and created add, which is a new date. And obviously, after that, we want to do spread on the product. So if we want to have a different value for certain field, we just need to provide this partial in there. And that should be enough. And now going back, we can actually create product, which has to be imported manually, unfortunately. So maybe I will just do something like that. And then create product, where we will have an ID that is undefined, and created at is also undefined. Okay. So that's the new product, expected product. And then this is very similar essentially to article, but we work with the real DynamoDB here. So yeah, stores the new product in database and returns product with newly generated ID and actual created at date. And at this point, I think this is where we want to verify that the product has been created there, right? Because this only verifies what's been returned from the create method, right? So what we've got missing is the verification against database, whether the record has been created there. So I think in the end, there's gonna be some mapping anyway. If we have a look at the products again, maybe let's start moving this stuff. So for this one, what does it do? Okay, we check if it stores a new product in database. So in that case, we want to send get item. Yeah. And we want to check if the output is, yeah. So I'm just gonna copy paste it for now. And let's just add it maybe there. That should be imported. And this client, yeah, this block of assertions is going to go after verifying what's been returned. And yeah, some imports that I need to do. Yeah, and config probably, yeah, we'll have to manually modify it again. Yeah, there is something wrong with the type definitions, I suppose. Right. So that was the config. And here we don't have a response anymore. So that's just on actual. It's actual ID. That's what we check here. Right. There's still a way to deal with that mapping. But let me see if this new test now passes. We're gonna keep it for now, this code in the products spec, until we make sure this passes. And when this passes, I'm going to modify product spec so we don't have any duplication. Okay, yarn test, and let's see. We've got a failure here. Let's see what the error message is. Cannot do operations on non-existent table. Oh, okay, that's because I forgot about these two, before all and after all. So they have to go there as well. Okay, let's run the tests again. Okay, we've got the failed test again. Let's have a look at the error message. Right, so now this is about created at. Okay, yes. I think I know why we've got that issue, because we shouldn't rely on expected product anymore. Because expected product for created at, in this context, right? For created at and for ID, we've got it as expect anything, right? So in case of created at, we really want to check it against what's been returned from from that method call, right? From the method call, from client repository create. That gives us actual created at, and we can actually do get time on it. And this is gonna give us created at. For the product ID, I think this is similar situation. You don't want this to be checked against expect anything. So this should be actual dot ID, right? We want to make sure whatever is returned from create method is matching whatever we've got in database, right? This is how we retrieve an item from database. Okay, now hopefully when I run the tests, they should pass. Let's see. Okay, they all passed. So we have a success. Right. And now having this repository create method covered, let's go back to product spec.ts and let's think about the next step. And the next step really is going to be to think about the testing strategy that we want to go for, because we have two options essentially. So one option is, given that we have a products repository DynamoDB tested separately, and we have two methods, not just one as we've got at the moment. So we have a method to create a product added to DynamoDB, and then a method to fetch a product from DynamoDB. We could just call the repository directly, right? So this is how that verification could look like right now. So what we would do is, in this test case, to verify if the product has been created, run a fetchById method that I have to create on the repository and test it separately in isolation in the products repository DynamoDB. Then I would do that to verify if that product has been created and if that product matches what we got in the response body. So that's one option, to call the repository, which we can do because it's separately tested, so it is all covered. The second approach is to use a stub instead. So what I could do is to use the IOC container to swap the real products repository DynamoDB object with a fake object with stubbed methods that we can change what they do. We can change behavior of this method. And you know what? Maybe for the product, for create product, we're gonna go with the former approach. So we're gonna call the repository to verify it. And then maybe going further with the next test cases, I will think about the demonstration of how to do it with stubs. Okay, so we'll see two approaches and you will be able to decide what you like better. Okay. So yeah, let's go back to products repository DynamoDB spec and let's add another describe. So let's just add it here. So we want, yeah, maybe I just copy this and then just paste it in. And let's call it a fetch by ID. And here we're going to have a test case that, first of all, let's do the negative scenario. So it returns undefined if product with given ID does not exist. Okay, so this is where we should get nothing if it doesn't exist. And I'm just gonna copy something from there. So let's just go for this one. But this is gonna be a different method, right? We want to call fetch by ID the method that doesn't exist at this moment, but I'm going to add it in a second. So let's just create some random ID and pass it to non-existent method. And let's go to this repository, then to products repository, where we want to do fetch. We want to add fetchById with ID string that is going to return product or undefined if it doesn't exist, right? Now we're gonna implement this method in DynamoDB repository. It's gonna be async, and we're going to call await client, this client, right? This client send new get item command, right? Where table name is this, and the key is product ID, and this is another candidate for moving to, maybe not to the config, but we can think about some sort of mapping variable, and this is just going to be that string that we passed. And now if the output item, if it doesn't exist, we're going to return undefined. Otherwise, we're gonna need to map it. We're going to map it from this type, which is attribute value, from record string to attribute value to the product. And yeah, this is gonna be a bit problematic if I need to map it again. So at this point, maybe it's worth installing additional dependency. And I think it's called util DynamoDB, as far as I remember. So I have just added it to the project with yarn. Of course, you can use npm install instead. And now let's try to import, because I don't remember what was the name of this function. I think it's a function. And that's gonna be, I think it's unmarshal, isn't it? Convert DynamoDB record into JavaScript object. And we're just gonna call unmarshal and pass record string to attribute value. So this is what we've got on item. And this should return a record string to any. So yeah, there is still some mapping that we have to do. So this is not something to be returned, okay? This is gonna be, there is still like an intermediary kind of object that we get, and this is gonna get mapped. So let's just return this as ID, that's object, product ID, then name, description, price, and created at, but this should be the date. So yeah, let's see how this is gonna work with unmarshal, because yeah, I'm not sure if this will work straight away. We may have to change something, but that's why we've got tests, so we can quickly verify, and we have a fast feedback loop. So let's go back to our spec file where, okay, yeah, first of all, this is gonna check for, yeah, that's not gonna be that fast feedback loop because first we're going to cover this bit that returns undefined, okay? So let's just do expect actual to be undefined. So yeah, that's gonna be quick. But let's run this test first to make sure it works. Okay, test passed. And now the second test case. I've just realized I should have done it other way around. This is not pure TDD, right? I should have started from test. But yeah, let's continue for now. So that's gonna be returns a product if product with a given ID exists in database. And let's just, yeah, this is not gonna be like that, but we're not checking for undefined. What we wanna do is to send a put item first, ideally with pure client like that. Just the pure client usage with put item command. And here, yeah, the table name stays the same. And item is going to be, yeah, let's have a look at the product repository. So this is the mapping, right? We don't have a product. So I'm gonna create it. There we go. Come on. Okay. This shouldn't be mandatory. So now it's fine. Okay. So let's make sure this is mapped correctly. So yeah, we've got the item product ID. Yeah, I will change it to serialize in a second. Okay, so that's the output of put item. We don't need the output from here. So that's the initialization part. Now we're checking against this product ID. We're trying to fetch it, that product with product ID that's been created, right? Added to database. And by the way, if that was a database like Postgres or MySQL, the good approach to go about this is to just send pure queries, right? If you work with the repository test like this, for SQL, I suggest using just the SQL syntax, right? So we would have here something like insert into products table and so on. Okay, and now let's change this expectation because that should be, you know what, let's call it actual and we've got expected product. So let's rename this to expected product. And this is going to be actual product. And we want to compare this actual with expected. And we should have a match. Yeah, okay, let's run tests and let's see if it covers the code in the repository. Okay, surprisingly, this just works straight away. So you know what? With cases like this where I forgot about writing test first and I write the production code, I do one extra verification step. So what I usually do is to go to that method under test, right, to the production code, and I try to break it intentionally. So in case of fetchById, what we want to do here is to mess something up. Maybe let's change the description to something else. and then I run the tests again. And I expect to get the failure, right? Which I got. And this is about, hopefully, description field. And it is about description field. So this confirms that the test does what it's supposed to do. Right. So yeah, so we've got two methods now, fetchById and create. And with these two methods, and also with the coverage, with test coverage for these two methods, now we can go back to product-spec.ts and use that repository here because it's been tested separately. Now I can essentially remove this whole test case and just write one extra expectation in this test case in response with 201, or we can keep it here. So we have sort of separation still, right? There's still going to be something that separates it. And sort of, yeah, but this is going to be too much repetition, I think, in terms of all of this initialization part. So yeah, I'm just going to remove this test case. I think I removed too much. And here I'm just gonna call the repository. So let's just get that repository. So maybe what I'm gonna do is to create a function, maybe inside the table actually, in the helper. So this products table get products repository, and what it's gonna do is to use IOC container to get the repository itself. So that's gonna be articles, not articles, products, right? Products repository. It should give us products repository instance. And you know what? Let's add products repository here. So this is gonna return products repository. Yeah. Right. So we're not gonna need client here anymore. Right. Made it redundant in product spec. So in API tests, we can just focus on the logic, right? And we can use repositories. So there's no calls to the database, direct calls to database here anymore, because that's been moved to the repository tests. Right. In here, let's just do something like, and that should be product, actual product, and that equals to await get products repository, and that's going to be fetchById response body dot product ID. Okay. And what we want to check is if this actual product equals the response one. This is just to verify it's been created in database, right? Okay. Yeah, we can even move these two there. Okay. Let's try to run the tests, and we'll see if it works. Okay, we've got something that failed. And this is, oh, okay. This is the difference that we have between the dates. So 1 second seems to be not enough. Okay, yeah, this test, yeah, it takes longer. I think this is because I'm recording here. So, you know, maybe let's change it to 5 seconds. This should be in the configuration, but yeah, I may move it later. For now, this should be fine. So 5 seconds should be enough. Okay. Let's run tests again. And there's another issue. And that issue is we've created add again. Yeah, there's lots of pain with created add, as we can see. And this is due to created add being different in the system where we use date, then in database where you use Unix timestamp, and as a response body where we use string, right? This is done by tsoa, but it returns it as string. And how can we fix this error is by, yeah, maybe let's spread this response body product and let's change, or even better, you know what? Let's just response body product. Let's create a separate product. Okay, and this is what we're gonna operate on. So this is gonna be easier. Response body product. And now we just wanna spread response body product and add created add, which is a new date, and response body product created add. Let me just do it like that. Okay. Yeah, maybe it could be a good idea to create a matcher with just for this created add, but this would take too much time doing it in this video. So I think that should be enough for now verifying created add like this. It's not perfect, I know, but it should do the job. Okay, all tests passed. And yeah, this is taking longer and longer, so we may switch approaches at some point, because yeah, running these tests against database really takes time. So I may switch to stubs. But yeah, for now, let's just continue. So we've got this case covered where we respond with 201, and now some negative cases. And the first negative case I'm thinking about is with validation. This is just to demonstrate that you can test validation if you want. If you don't trust tsoa with the built-in validation of OpenAPI, you can create tests like that. This all depends on the context, I guess, and the level of trust that you have to external libraries. But yeah, let me just show you. So it responds with 422 status code and error message and validation error maybe, and validation error if, and now let me think about the if. But first, let's just do some copy paste. So what we're gonna be doing is sending a post request, but the request body is going to have a product that is empty. Maybe let's do that. If product is empty. This is just an example because, yeah, that's the problem here. If you wanted to test every single case for product validation, we would need to create some sort of a tool, some sort of abstraction that goes through every single field of product, right? So yeah, I'm not entirely sure about this because this is already tested. That tsoa library has tests for cases like this. So again, this is only if you don't have enough confidence in the library. But yeah, just for the sake of demonstration, this is how it's gonna look like. So if we pass empty product, we will get something like status code that is 422, and we will get a response body that is something I'm not entirely sure about. So I'm gonna compare it to empty, run the test, make it fail, and we'll see what is inside the response body, and then we can copy it there. So yeah, let's run tests. And by the way, it should be product is empty. Okay, so we've got a failure, but this was expected. Right, and this is what we got. So there's lots of details in this message. And you know what? Maybe we just copy entire thing. If we really wanna verify it. And let's just paste it in there. And then get rid of all the pluses. And then the object keywords. And now when I save this, yeah, that's gonna be auto-formatted. And we can run tests again. Okay, and they all passed. So yeah, here you've got the demonstration how you can verify validation errors. But yeah, as I said, they are built in tsoa. So because the types are inferred automatically from how you specify, let me just show you this with the product controller. So the body that's specified in there, the product request body, based on these type definitions, tsoa is gonna build not just OpenAPI specs, but also this whole validation logic to make sure the past data, the new product here, is having these fields, right? Expect for ID and created at, and that the price is number, description is string, name is also string. And moreover, with tsoa, you can even use max and minimum values. You can use regular expressions. But yeah, I will show you later how to do that with comments. So this is not just the basic validation. You can do more, and I think you can even specify your custom validators if you want. Right. Okay. Let's go back to product spec, and let's see what's going to be the next step. And I think let's add another test case, and this test case is actually going to change the production code, because what I would like to add to this endpoint is a security. I would like to add JWT validation like we've got with article. How to add this validation, I'm going to explain, but maybe, you know what, maybe to speed this up, let's have a look at article, and let's copy this entire test case, response with 401 status code, and let's paste it maybe at the very beginning. Right. What you want to change is this to product, and maybe let's create a const called endpoint /product, and let's use that endpoint instead to not repeat ourselves. Okay. We want to create a product, not an article. That we need to import manually. For some reason, I don't know why. This is not automatic. So create product, just create product, right? Okay, there we go. So yeah, this case is very simple. It just sends post request to /product and sends a valid, actually, this is not valid. Now this is gonna be valid. Created at also should be undefined. We need to remember this is not product, but new product. So we send a valid request body and we expect to get unauthorized, which is not going to be the case when I run tests now. But let's see if they fail. Okay, and we've got a failure. And this is the actual product that we received. So it created a product instead of giving us unauthorized. And this is correct because we don't have this endpoint secured at this point. How do we secure the endpoint? Let's have a look at article controller again, because this is where we've got a nice example. How you do it with tsoa is through decorator annotation. It's called security, where you're supposed to pass a string with the security name. And as you can see, for article controller, both endpoints, get and post, they have a security on them. Then how this security is verified? Because adding a security there is going to require client of this API to pass a certain secret in the request, right? And you can decide what kind of secret is this, whether it's just a standard authorization header or it's something in the request body. But yeah, usually it's just a header, right? And let me show you how this is verified, because this is all done by the user. And this is done via first configuration, tsoa configuration. So I'm gonna open tsoa.json to show you where I have configured it. So in tsoa.json, in the spec security definitions, if you want to start using authentication for your endpoints, you need to define at least one security definition in there. This is the name of that security definition. And yeah, if we check article controller and click through to user auth, we can see this is just a string user auth, right? It has to match what you've got defined in security definitions here in tsoa.json. Then here, this is just the standard configuration for the security definition in OpenAPI spec. So this is OpenAPI spec compliant. We've got a type HTTP, scheme bearer, and bearer format is JWT. So this is JWT token verification. And then in the routes, we've got the authentication module that needs to be a middleware. Okay, and I even created a middleware file in auth folder for this. And I'm going to show you how it looks like. This is the relevant part. Express authentication that has to be exported from this middleware. And this middleware is going to be called whenever we try to hit an endpoint that has a security, right? With security annotation, with security decorator. And then when this function is called, this middleware function is called, we get a request, an express request that we can read information from. Like in this case, we check the authorization header, right? And then the security name itself. And security name that's going to be given here depends on what you provided in the security decorator, right? As an argument. So in case of, let's say, this get endpoint of article, here, when we try to send a request to that endpoint, we get the express request and security name as user auth, right? But if you define more securities, you may get a different security name here. And you have to handle it in the function body, right? In there. Because we have only one, we check for that one, but we make sure it matches that user auth security. And when it does, then we remove the bearer prefix from the authorization header value, and then we run JWT verify, and we verify the token that we extracted from the header, from the authorization header, and we verify it against HMAC secret that's in the configuration. and only if this is correct, valid token, we resolve that promise. By the way, yeah, this is supposed to be a promise, and what JWT, JSON Web Token Library, gives us is just the callback approach, so I had to return a new promise in here. That's why the syntax here. But yeah, essentially, if the error is not empty, we reject with a new auth error, otherwise we resolve with decoded. And decoded is just the claims on our JWT. How these claims have been created, how this JWT have been created is in the auth controller, right? So this is auth controller. If we briefly have a look at the docs, it's this endpoint, auth, right? When I try this out and execute, send a request to that endpoint, I will get JWT token. And it's this code here. Authenticate /auth post, authenticate with the body that has to be just type anonymous, that just creates a JWT token with HMAC secret and a random UUID, right? So that's how it works. This is then, once we get the token, we include it in the header, in the authorization header, and we try to hit endpoint that's secured, this middleware will be executed, and only if this middleware resolves, right? Only if we have a success, this is gonna go through. So only then this code is going to be executed. Yeah, there is one additional thing I would like to show you before I secure our products endpoint, post-product endpoint. We don't have much left before we can start moving faster. So I'm just gonna cover this quickly. So that's in the user's controller. User's controller is a good example when you need that data encoded in JWT token, when you need claims. And what happens here, if you have a look at the getUser method, this is /user/me endpoint. I'm just gonna demonstrate it to you. So if I copy this token and then I click on authorize and I paste it here, then I click on authorize here again, close. And when I go to user me, try it out and execute, I will get these claims from the token, okay? And how this is done is by this syntax that allows for extraction of the claims of the user data, essentially, because that's what the security is supposed to do, right? You create JWT token that contains some user data, right? Usually it's some sort of ID that you can use then once you've got that decoded authenticated request, right? And that's what happens here. We use the request decorator, and that request decorator is going to make sure that we get the express request as this argument in there. And then what I do, this is just a shortcut, by the way, because what I could do instead is just to have a request and then in there user equals request dot user. It's just the same, right? But the shortcut. And on that user, we have all of the claims from JWT. So this is how it works, right? If you need claims from JWT, this is the syntax to use. And what's authenticated request is just something that's been created in there, right? It's express request with that claims on the user, right? And yeah, this is sort of automatically done for us by tsoa. You know, the fact that it's under user, not something else. Right, okay, and now let's go back to products. So what we're interested in is our product controller. We want to make the test pass. This import is not needed anymore. And let's just add annotation for security. So security, and then we're gonna just import securities user auth. So it's as simple as that. However, when I run the tests now, this one failing test is going to pass now, but all the other tests are gonna fail. Let me run the tests and I explain why. Okay, so we've got two failing tests, and these tests are the validation one from the product, from post-product, right? And the other one, the positive scenario. And now that the issue here is it returns 401 status code unauthorized because we don't send the authorization header, okay? So let's go back to product spec and let's fix it. In order to fix it, we just need to have a look at article.spec, how we send that auth token, right? So we do it with set authorization, and then we have a helper that to get auth token. So let's go back to product.spec and let's fix these two failing tests. So in there, we want to, except for the send, we want to do set where we get auth token, and this doesn't really matter what kind of UID is this, as long as we import get auth token, right? So that was the first place where it needs to be added. And now we're going to copy it and paste it to the second place, okay? So that's one. And now this is gonna be the second one. Okay. Now let's run the tests. Okay, test passed. And now I think at this point we can start moving a little bit faster, okay? So let me just close some files in there. And let's focus on product spec.ts and product controller. And maybe the repository is going to come useful. But okay, that's gonna be later on, right? So what we've got covered, we've got post-product endpoint. This should work. Let's see if we still have that running. Okay, we still got our app running. So if I go now to the documentation and I refresh this page, we should see our product endpoint. Okay, there we go. There is our product endpoint. But you know what? Before we can test it here, let's add get so we can verify if we get the newly created product, okay? So let's go back to product spec and let's add another describe. So this is going to be get product ID, and we will have essentially two test cases. The first test case is going to be if it responds with 404, or maybe, you know what, let's start from the positive scenario. Responds with 200 status code and product data, if product with given ID exists. Let's just do something like that. Okay, and with this scenario, what we want to do is to call the repository. So we'll have get products repository. Then create a product. So maybe let's create a new product. And this is going to be create product where ID is undefined. And created at is also undefined. And then we will have a product, maybe expected product, because this is really what we want to receive, right, from that endpoint. And then what we're gonna do is to create a new product that should return expected products, should create it in database. And then let's just run this. Maybe not this, maybe let's copy it from here. So we have an authorization as well. And the request body itself is just going to be product. And that is, okay, sorry, there is no sending. This is get endpoint. So let's change this path where we should have an ID, and that ID is from expected product. So our endpoint is /product, right? /product /an ID. And that's the ID of the product that we've already created with the repository, right? So it is in database. And this is what we're trying to fetch from using the API, basically. So yeah, let's see if that response body equals expected response body. It should be just product and expected product. So this is what we expect to receive. And let's verify that the status code is 200. Okay, let's run the tests. Okay, the test failed. And this is correct because we don't have that endpoint yet. Now let's go to product controller. And in the product controller, we're going to create a new method. It's going to be public async get product, where we will have something like this. Maybe let's think about the response body first. So this is going to be promise and product response body. We already have response body here, right? And then this is going to be a get endpoint that has a parameter ID. And because it has a parameter, we're going to use a path decorator for that ID, like with article, right? So this is how it's gonna look like. We'll have /product /ID, where ID is a string. And now, because we already have a repository there, we can essentially try to get the product. So this is gonna be product repository, fetchById, ID, and this is gonna be asynchronous, so we need to await. And now this product can be undefined, but we're not handling this case yet. So what we wanna do is to return this product like this, but we want to make sure, okay, yeah, we want to be compliant with TypeScript. So for now, we're going to cheat a little bit. So let's just cast it as product, even though this might be undefined, okay? But it shouldn't be with our test. It shouldn't be. Let's verify that. Okay, we've got one test that failed. And let's see what we've got missing. Right, okay, it's created at again. Let's fix this created at by changing the expected response body to be something like this. Created at is, and that's gonna be expected product, created at, and to ISO string. Right. So now this is gonna be a string, not, yeah, that is correct. Yeah, let's just call it again. Let's just run yarn test or npm run test. Okay, all passed. And now let's add the next test case. And this test case could be for the security endpoint, I'm just thinking. But I don't like to repeat myself too much. And I'm just thinking about creating a helper function that we could use. That could be, yeah, this essentially could take an endpoint as an argument, something like this. Let me just show you. So we would have something like const test unauthorized, where we take two arguments. One argument is an endpoint that is a string, and the second is going to be just the request body. So request, maybe like this, and that request body can be anything. So maybe let's give it unknown. Then what would happen is this would be their entire test case, and we would just run this test case passing the endpoint. There is a need for method as well, unfortunately. So I'm just thinking maybe we could do something like key off a request. I'm not entirely sure if this is going to work. This is going to be the type. So we'll have method key off, probably key off type of request. And this is very likely. Is this actually going to work? I'm just curious. Yeah, unfortunately, this doesn't work because it's not callable. Okay. So, you know what? Maybe instead of these, let's try to use post or get or put or delete. And we can extend that if we want to. So that should do. So now we're going to have endpoint, then post, and then request body in this case is this. And we're going to send that request body like that, which is going to be, okay, right. So it needs to be an object. Right. And now let's move test unauthorized to a helper, maybe to the auth helper. And let's export it from there. We need that request. And now we can try to import it. Okay, that's been imported. And now let's try to run tests to make sure this is working. Okay, that passed. And it seems like this test has been executed. So now we can just go to, yeah, we can just copy paste it and then slightly modify for the get. So the method's gonna be get and endpoint is going to be different. So we will have something like, actually, yeah, we can still have an endpoint, but this is gonna be slash something like v4, doesn't matter that much. And here there's gonna be product and create product. No, actually here is not gonna be product and create product. And this is where we're gonna have to modify test unauthorized to handle optional request body, because if the request body is not there, we don't want to send anything, okay? So let's just build maybe something like this, make request, and that's just a request method like this. Then if the request body, then we're gonna do make request. Maybe this is gonna be let, and then it's gonna be make request equals request sent, and then we have a response equals await make request, and that's gonna be okay. Yeah, that's just gonna be await make request, something like this. I hope this is gonna work. So now we've made this optional, and when we call test unauthorized with get and no request body, this still should work correctly. Let's find out. Okay, so we got a failure. This is not unauthorized, and this is because product controller, the get endpoint, doesn't have user auth security. When I add this security and run the tests again, I should have all of the tests passing. And they all passed. Okay. Let's add another test case. This test case is going to be to handle 404 not found, so product not found, when we try to retrieve the product that doesn't exist. So let's do it response with 404 status code and not found message if the product with given ID does not exist. So now we're just gonna run this, just gonna send that request with random UUID, and we expect to get a response body to be, maybe let's check if the response body type is product not found. Maybe let's check for something like this. This is very similar to how this unauthorized error looks like. Right, we've got a type unauthorized. For this one, we're gonna have a product not found, and we expect the status code to equal 404, right? Not found status code, HTTP not found. Right. Now let's run this test and make it fail, right? It's going to fail because we don't handle that case. Okay, we've got a failure. And that failure is, yeah, we get something like undefined because there is no type property on the request body. So let's go back to product controller and let's handle the case where the product is undefined. So when the product is undefined, we want to throw an API error. And this is a bit new. I haven't talked about this yet, and I think this is a good time to cover error handling in this project, because I built a small error handling in this project template that I'm just gonna show you how it works. But yeah, here we just want to throw a new API error that has a type product not found. And if you want, we can add some details or message, but I think I'm gonna pass on those. Okay, and let me show you how this error handling is done. So At any point where we throw any type of error in the controller context, right? So this can be directly in the controller or it can be in something else, right? We could inject something to the controller like repository. And then if we have an error thrown from the repository that is not code anywhere, what's gonna happen is the error middleware that runs at the end in the express chain of middlewares is going to be called with that error, right? So we won't get unhanded unhanded rejected promise error that we usually get with express. If we throw from here, error handler will be called with that error. And where this error handler is defined, I'm gonna show you. This is app.ts, this middleware, right? So you define it as any kind of error handler with express, and then how this error handler looks like when we click through, we can see this is just the file that's next to app.ts, and we've got a standard express error handler with error, request, response, and a next function. And what happens inside, we just check against different type of instances this error might be, right? So if this error is instance of validate error, this is a built-in error type of tsoa. This is for validation, right? So if request body is not compliant with OpenAPI specification, validate error is going to be thrown and handled in here. So if you want to do additional mapping with this error, you can do it in this error handler. Then auth error. This is error I created to handle authentication errors. So any type of authentication error like expired token or invalid JWT token or missing JWT token, that's gonna throw auth error that's gonna be called in here and handled in this if statement, right? Which is essentially just a response with 401 and JSON response. Then we've got API error. This is more generic error because you can use any status code you like. And then in the end, that's also resolved to JSON. So you can put some message there. There is a stack of that error that's gonna be sent to the console. So we see it in the logs, and you can also include details. When we click through on API error, this is how it looks like, right? So if we do to JSON, which is happening when we return it, when we respond with it, if you put any sort of details in there, this can be any type of object, this will end up in the response body. And then finally, if this is some sort of unknown error, right? If it's not API, auth, or validate error, we're just going to handle it as a normal internal server error, and we're going to log this error with console error. So this is how it works, right? And that's why, going back to the products controller, this is why I used API error, because that allows me for throwing 404, right? Responding with 404 with type product not found. Okay, let's run tests again and see if it works now. Okay, and as we can see, tests pass now. And yeah, we can move on. And now what I'm gonna do is to add next endpoint, okay? I think we've got get endpoint pretty much covered. I'm not going to do any extra validation because I don't think there is a space for it. I mean, there is something we could verify, just like an optional additional thing. And that's something I haven't checked with tsoa yet. So let's see if this is also validated. I'm talking about this path parameter. I'm curious what happens if I try. I think this is gonna be 422 and validation error. So it responds with 422 and validation error if the given product ID is invalid. And what I'm planning to do is to use, however, I'm not really sure if this is going to be the case because I think this is still going to be treated as string. So as long as we don't use something, maybe if I use some special characters, maybe this is when it's going to fail. But yeah, let's see if we get 422. This is just a quick experiment. Okay, we've got one test that failed, one test case. Right, okay, yeah, so as I thought, this is actually treated as string regardless of what you put in there. So this test case is not really needed. Okay, let's move on. So the next method that we want to handle is put. So let's add another describe with put product ID. So this is a bit of mix between what we've got so far, which is post and get. And then what we want to have first test case is really this test unauthorized, I think. So let's just do test unauthorized, where we're checking the put. The endpoint itself is same as in a get method, in a get endpoint. So let's paste it there, right? And then let's add the next one. And that's gonna be response with 200 and product data if product with given ID exists and request body is valid. Right. It's a very similar case to the post. So I'm just gonna do some copy pasting. Yeah, expected response body is gonna be different. So request body is this, but this request body is actually just an example product that has undefined ID and undefined created at. So some refactoring with post. Okay, let's add it there. So that's our request body. Then for making the response, we want to check, we want to do put, that's for sure. And we want to change that endpoint to this. But instead of using v4, we're going to have a mix. So one line from get endpoint. And that is, yeah, expected product, the one that's created with product repository, because we want to make sure that product already exists. So let's just add it there. And let's create new product. And that's gonna be this. Create product. So this can be created. Now we have expected product. And that's the request body. Yeah, okay. Yeah, should be fine. So now this is not v4, but expected product ID with some authorization. And then for the verification, what we want to get is something like, okay, we need expected response body, which is going to be, yeah, which is going to be sort of like there, I guess. So in the get endpoint. So let's copy this part. Let's paste it. And then, yes, we're going to have a product with expected product. This is the one that we created, but this is going to be different because that's gonna be, okay, yeah, this is gonna be completely different. So we will have a new product, so we spread new product in there, and then we're gonna add the ID from expected product ID and created at from expected product created at to isostring. That's what we're going to expect here, right? Because new product is something that is in the request body, right? We're changing this existing product, by the way, which is wrong. I've just realized, because we have a new product, we need old product. And that's just gonna be create product. Right, that's how we do this. We have a request body with the new product. Our expected product is this old product. Okay. And then for the expected response body, we want to have a new product with expected product ID and created at from the expected product, right? Which is based on the old product. Okay, and now with the response, yeah, that's how it's supposed to look like. Where finally, yeah, we're just gonna have a simple expect response dot body to equal expected response body and expect response status code to equal 200. I hope I didn't mess up anything in there, because yeah, we've got this old product, new product, request body. This is all a bit, might be confusing, but yeah. I'm gonna run this test now. Surely it's going to fail because there is no endpoint yet. I'm about to create it, but first I want to make sure these two tests fail. Okay, we've got two failed tests. Yeah, there's not found. And for the put, and we have not found again for put. Okay, let's make them pass. So going back to product controller, and then in the product controller, let's add a new method, public async put product. The body is gonna be the same as in the post product. Then, okay, this is where we're gonna have to add something extra to products repository. So I will have to do it in a second, but let's add security and let's add put decorator, and that decorator is going to have ID parameter. And this has to also be received in that put method, right? This parameter. Okay, let's maybe do it like that. Okay, doesn't let me. Right. And now to update something, we're gonna have to introduce a new method to our products repository. Because at this point, yeah, we won't be able to do that. So you know what, let's go back to products-spec.ts and let's add a skip here for now on the put. Here, let's just return something that's gonna just satisfy TypeScript. So as product response body. So we won't get any TypeScript errors. And I'm gonna go back to this, but first we're gonna have to introduce another repository method. And that's gonna be update. So we'll have update product. And that's just gonna be, yeah, that's just gonna be product, I guess. And this will return product. Now going to product repository DynamoDB, this has to be implemented. So let's add it. It's gonna be asynchronous. And for now, we're just gonna do promise resolve as product just to satisfy TypeScript. And now let's go to the repository tests. In the repository tests, we want to add another describe for dealing with update. Update. Okay, and what we want to do with update is to check. Yeah, we're actually gonna have two test cases in there because, yeah, the way this works with DynamoDB, there is no create or update. We only have upsert, right? There is put item that creates a new record, a new document, if it doesn't exist already. But that's not sort of behavior that we would like to have here, because if you try to do put on the object, right, on the entity that doesn't exist in database, the expected behavior is to return 404, right, not found, because there is nothing to update, it doesn't exist. And that's what we would like to reflect in here. So I would like this repository to behave in a way that's basically reflecting how REST API works in respect to that. So for update, two test cases. The first one, maybe start from the negative one first. And this is gonna be it throws an error if, or maybe even, maybe we just return undefined, right? So if returns, it returns undefined and does not, actually, it's not gonna modify anything if it returns. Okay, yeah, maybe we will be more explicit with this. So, and this does not modify anything in database if product we've given, if given product does not exist. Okay. So this is the negative scenario. And for the negative scenario, yeah, let's just create a product. And then let's run actual equals await get repository dot update product, and we expect actual to be undefined. And then how can we verify if something changed in database? I don't think there is a way really, because if we haven't created anything in database, yeah, there's not really any way. I mean, we could try to scan for all of the records, but is there a point? Maybe there is, maybe there is not. I'm just gonna move on and not do it. So let's try to run this test, like all the tests, but including this one, and let's see what we get. Okay, we've got one test that failed. And this is, yeah, we received this one, right? We've received an empty object. That's what I've just done in there. And you know what? Oh yeah, that should be product or undefined, and that should be reflected in the repository. I haven't noticed it. So we will have that. And now I can just resolve with undefined, effectively making this failing test green. Okay, all passed. And now the second test case, it returns modified product, and maybe it modifies the product, modifies existing product in database and returns it if given product ID matches existing one, the existing one. Maybe something like this. And for this one, this is gonna be a bit different because we want to create the product first. So ideally what we would do, I guess, is to use put item. So like in there. This can be refactored later to remove the duplication. So yeah, okay, returns, modifies, okay. Modifies existing product in database and returns if it if given product ID matches the existing one. Expected product, create product. We add it to database. And now what we want to do is to I think I've got something missing in there. Yeah, it should be outside of this. And we have get repository update. And we want to update with a new product. So this is the existing one. Let's change it to existing. And then let's create a new product. So we'll have a new product. And that's going to be just create product, but with the same ID. This is important. So existing product ID. And created at also. So that should be existing product created at. And yeah, I forgot about the comma. Okay. So that's the new product. And we want to update. We want to do the update with the new product, right? Because the ID matches the one in database, what we expect to receive is, okay, this is the actually new product, right? So this is going to be our expected product. We expect to get it back. So it's not bad to actually just write expectation assertion, right, that matches this new product. Okay, so that's what we care about, but we also care about this bit where we check. So yeah, this is a mix, like everywhere. This is a mix of get and post. So here you want to run pure get item command. That's based on the actual ID. And I think this is gonna complain if this is empty. Yeah, okay. So let's just do maybe a string. Can we do that? Okay, we cannot do that. This should be as product ID. And then we want to, again, borrow from there. So we will check. All right, so that has to be verified again. Okay, I'm gonna copy paste it, but we will refactor this later. So we check that and we check if this is matching not the expected product. Yeah, this is again the same story. But now we can do this. And that's not gonna be expected product name, but new product. So that's we would want to check if that product got updated. Okay, great. Well, okay, let's run the test. It should fail. Then I'm gonna modify the production code, just add missing code for handling this. And then we can go back to the endpoint. Okay, so test failed. And the error message is, oh yeah, there is no ID, right? We haven't received anything because it just returns undefined. Let's fix it. So I'm gonna open DynamoDB repository. And here this is gonna be very simple because what we wanna do is to call fetchById first. So existing product is await this fetchById with product ID. That's what we want to do first. And if that existing product doesn't exist, we return undefined, right? Otherwise, what we want to do is to send put item command. So for now, I'm just going to copy paste it and let's find some common abstraction between these and create. Okay, but 1 second, let's have a look. So what we have here is put item command with product ID being product.id. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Except for this case. This is the only case that it should be existing product created at, because we don't want to change created at. Product ID is the same. It has to match. Otherwise, yeah, that's not gonna work otherwise. So, okay, that's what we do. And yeah, even though this is, yeah, there is like some common logic in between. Oh, maybe this is a good time to try the opposite of unmarshal, which is called marshal. And I'm gonna test it. But yeah, let's see if this test, yeah, we need to return after that, we need to return the product. And let's see if the test passes now. If all the tests pass. Okay, and they all passed. Right, okay, and now what we can do is what I mentioned, and that's to remove the duplication from this code, because we have some common abstractions, like we can move out the common abstraction for mapping the item, right? We use different fields for how we store a product in database, comparing to these fields that we have on our internal object, internal data structure of product. So maybe let's create a function. Since now we have this covered with tests, let's create a sort of helper function that maps our product to this record to, let me just check what's this. It's a record string to attribute value, right? For that, you could use a marshal function instead from util DynamoDB, but this is not exactly what I want to get, because, yeah, let me just show you. So if we use marshal, then to map from our object, right, from our product to DynamoDB, this is gonna be a bit more tricky because it just uses the same field names as we have in our structure, and also it doesn't recognize all of the objects. So if we use, for example, a date, it's not gonna be that simple to map this date in order to use Marshall. So I'm going to skip on using Marshall, opposing to unMarshall. UnMarshall can stay there, but instead we will have our own mapping function that I'm going to create. So let's just add it maybe here, and that's just gonna be something like private map. And what we want to do here is, yeah, map product to DynamoDB item. Let's call it like this, where the input is a product, a full product, right? Because we need full product, not just new product, to store it in database, right? And then what's gonna return is record with a string and attribute value, right? This is the format required by DynamoDB client. Okay, and how the mapping is gonna look like is essentially this, isn't it? So we will just return this from here with the product, just like that, yeah. So that's gonna be our method here. And now we can use that method instead of going with the product. We just have to remember about this bit. So let's just move it, like save it there for a second, and now let's just gonna do something like that. This map product to DynamoDB item, where we're going to pass a product, right? That's what we got from the update, with a small difference, which is this created at that's existing product, right? It's from existing product because we don't want to allow for modifying created at. And this doesn't have to be, like, it shouldn't be, right? It cannot be converted to string because what this map requires is just product. So we're gonna use date type in here for created at, and then this method is going to take care of converting this to Unix timestamp and then to string. Okay, and now I can do the same thing for other, like in the other methods, like in here, for example, where there is no change essentially to, yeah, we can just pass product. So this is gonna be this map product to DynamoDB, where we just pass product because that product, yeah, has been created this line in this line here. Right. Any other place where we've got any of mapping that's required? Yeah, not really. There's no other place except for the tests, right? Except for the tests. And in the tests, we still have lots of duplication around mapping, don't we? Like this one, for example, these assertions, or where we send put item command, and I think this is not just one place where we do that, is it? Yeah. So you know what? In that case, maybe what I do is to expose this as a function, this map product to DynamoDB item. Because yeah, I don't like to have too much duplication, so maybe let's just expose it as a separate function. Let's call it map. Yeah, let's just copy this as an entire function. Instead of having it under the class, let's turn it into a function where it's still gonna do what it does. This is just mapping, right? So it doesn't even need this, like it doesn't have to be in the context of this products repository DynamoDB. Now we need to fix this code and this. And since we started this refactoring, maybe let's do the mapper that does it all the way around, because that's gonna come useful once we add next methods here, I suppose. Might be a good idea to do it now. So let's just create another function, export const map product DynamoDB item to product. So this is the other way around mapping, where this is the input, this is definitely gonna come useful when we're gonna be implementing a list endpoint, right? And what it's gonna return is the product. And here, what happens is, yeah, here we can take advantage of unmarshal function. So we use that item, unmarshal it, and then return something like that. Yeah, so that's what we can do. And now this function can be used in there. And we pass output item. So we can directly return it, right? The result. So that's going to be map product DynamoDB item to product. And we pass output item. Okay. Perfect. Okay, let's run tests to make sure we didn't break anything. Okay, they still pass, so we didn't break anything. And now having these two functions, we could potentially use them in the tests. But first of all, we need to write tests for those functions. So we need more granular tests. In this case, more like a unit test for these two functions, because they're used in many places. So I think it's a good idea to have them tested separately so we can use them across the system, across the project, right? In the tests and production code. Production code, we already use them, but we don't in the tests yet. I'm just gonna change it in a second. So let's create a new file. So maybe what we do, we have repositories. Maybe inside repositories, we can add this as a very specific unit, two specific unit tests. So we'll have this map product DynamoDB item .spec.ts, and we will have another file .spec.ts, and let's start from this one. So describe that function, and let's see what we want to test here. So yeah, in this case, we're going to write test after the implementation. Let's have a look. So we do map product DynamoDB item to product spec. This one, we do this first. So here, what we really care about is this mapping, right? If this is mapped correctly from our different, right? We have a different field names for our database columns, right? For the document properties, right? Because it's document database. But we want to check if that mapping is correct. So let's write a test case for it. I think one test case for now is enough, where we check, because there's no any error handling in here, we assume that this unmarshal works correctly. And if it doesn't, this is going to detect any errors in this external function from the external library. So it maps DynamoDB item to product object. And this is just a simple function, it's not async. And what we need to do here is to create an example DynamoDB item, right? Something like this, but we want to have a product ID. There is some random product ID. Then for the name, let's go for something like this. Name, description, with a bit of randomization. And now here we want this to be string. So yeah, let's just do something like math random. And we've created that. Yeah, that's very simple. We just need to do new date, which is gonna be new date to get time, and it has to be string. Just to make sure this is the correct format, let's use explicit type for that item, which is gonna be attribute string to attribute value. Okay. Yeah, so this is all good. And now what we want to do is to call this map product DynamoDB item to product, where we pass the item, we get back the product. And you know what? I've just realized this can be done like this. So we have an expected product, can use our helper to create some random product. That should be expected. And then we can just reference everything here, like manually, right? So this is gonna be ID. This is gonna be name. Description. We will have a price, but yeah, this is where we've got a slight difference, right? We want to change it, convert it to string, and finally we want to do expected product created at get time and then convert it to string. So that's what we want to do. Here we're gonna get an actual product, and we want to do just one assertion to check if the actual product equals to the expected product. Right, so that's the only test we want here. We don't need v4 because yeah, we use create product function now. Okay, cool. Then for the second one, and maybe let's run tests and see if this passes. And we have one failure. Let's have a look what this failure is. Your test suite must contain at least one test. Oh, okay. I think this is the second file without anything. That's what it complains about. Let's add this test quickly. So that's what we want to test now, and we want to check if this maps. It maps product to product DynamoDB item. And this is not going to be asynchronous, just a simple test case. which is going to be opposite to this one, right? That's going to be opposite to this one. So I guess what we want to do first is to define, we want to have this kind of item first. Maybe let's do it this way. So this is where we're going to create item like this, but without any mappings. And then we map from it. Then this is gonna be maps product to product DynamoDB item. So our expected product is going to be, this is gonna be our expected item, I guess. Hang on. Let's just make sure. So we have an expected product, and then the item that we pass is, yes, this is what we pass in there, and then check against actual product. And in this case, this is gonna be our expected item. Then we will have a product, right, where we do manual mapping. And here we're gonna have our expectation. So yeah, 1 second. Let's just create some random name. Then description. Then price. And date. So this is how it's gonna look like. Maybe let's add something like name and description. So this is some random expected item. Now the product is gonna be manually mapped from it. So we'll have this product being an actual product. And we have ID, that's expected item, product ID dot s, right? And let's just do name, description, price, created at. So that's name, description, price, created at, and now let's just change this. Mappings. Yeah, now they are correct, except for the price. That's gonna be n. And you want to do parse int here. This is actually not gonna be parse int, I think. Yeah, maybe let's cast it to number, like this. And then for created at, this is gonna be new date. And again, we have to convert it to number. And this is what we expect to get. I mean, this is what we pass, and this is what we expect to get. We have something not entirely correct. This is because it has to be imported. Then for the product, oh, I see. Okay, yeah, it complains about the type here, but we know this is string, string, and this is also string. Cool, okay, and now we're gonna do actual item, right? We have an expected item, actual item, and we're gonna do map product to DynamoDB item, where we pass product, and we expect that the actual item equals expected item. So that's what we want to verify here. Okay, let's run this test, because I'm not sure if this is gonna pass straight away. So let's just run tests and let's see. Okay, it passed. So yeah, we don't need to fix anything. Yeah, I was thinking about this number conversion. Maybe it's worth changing different prices here. Also, if you want to store this price as an integer, right? Effectively getting rid of the decimal point. you can do some extra, like it is possible to do some extra conversion in here if needed. This is just a simple demonstration project, so I'm not gonna go further with this, at least not during this video, maybe in the future. But essentially having tests like this at the unit level for certain part of the system, part of the project, it is actually quite good if you just want to change one thing in there, right? So let's say we've got this system already working somewhere. There's lots of dependencies on this mapping, and then you just want to change the way you map price, or you just want to add one field. Because this function is tested separately, right? At the unit level, all the other places where I'm just about to use this function from now on don't have to be modified when you do modification at this unit level, right? In the mapping itself. I'm gonna show you in a second what I mean by this. So now let's go back to products DynamoDB spec to these tests, and we can finally, these tests, and now we can finally get rid of all of this duplication that we have in there, right? So all of this duplication, this can be now, this can be mapped with, this is just existing product, isn't it? Yeah, so this can be map product to DynamoDB item where we just map existing product. That's one thing. Next, let's see what's next. So here, I'm gonna deal with it in a second. Let's just have a look for another put item command, because that's usually the simplest one to modify, because here, we just use expected products. So this is gonna be simple mapping product to DynamoDB item where we pass expected product. Okay. Right, okay, now what's left is these assertions. But yeah, first of all, let's make sure this is still, all of these tests still pass. Okay, all passed. Right, so now we can continue with this refactor. And let's have a look at these, because that's gonna be the other mapper function that needs to be used. Okay, what we wanna do, because that's not just for new product in this case. Let's have a look at the test case itself. Okay, that's the latest one, isn't it? Modifies existing product in database and returns it if given product ID matches the existing one. So, for that part, we want to map item to product. So maybe let's use something like stored product or modified product. Modified product. This is what we fetched from the DB with get item command. And we want to do map DynamoDB item to product. And we just pass output item. Okay. Yeah, this is going to complain essentially because it is possibly undefined, but we have assertion for that already. Just this line. So here, I'm just gonna do a cast to record string attribute value. Okay, and now having modified product, we can essentially check. There's just gonna be one expectation, one assertion, which is a modified product to equal. And here we will have, yeah, this is a bit more complicated, isn't it? So we have a new product. And then for the ID, this is going to be actual ID. Yeah, that's going to be actual ID. And for the created at, For created at, I'm not entirely sure. I think there is a small mistake in this. This is a small mistake in this test case, because I'd rather check it against this existing product, right? We want to make sure this is created at from existing product. I mean, there is a mapping in the new product. But yeah, let's just, this is gonna be also more explicit, right? Just saying explicitly existing product created at. That's what we care about. Okay, so now I can remove all of these. And that's how we can go about this test. This could be simplified even further, but I don't think we have time to do it in this video. Right, okay, because there was some non-standard changes here. Let's run tests again. Okay, test passed. So this is still working correctly. And now moving on, let's do the same thing in there. So is this going to be about modified product? I think now let's call it stored. Yeah, stored product. So we'll have very similar code in there. Maybe let's do this. So we will have something like this, but let's call it stored product. Stored product. And now stored product for the ID that has to be actual ID. Then we're gonna spread expected product instead. Like we've got all of these assertions in there. And then actual created at. Okay, let's just follow this. So that's gonna be actual created at. Nice. Okay. Okay, perfect. And I think that was the last one. Yeah, that was the last one. So let's run tests again. Okay, test passed. And now, with all of the safety we've got around a repository and mapping, we can finally go back to the tests that we marked as skipped. And as far as I remember, these tests were API, product spec. Yes, this is where they are. However, what might come useful as well is the product controller itself. So let's open this file as well. Okay, let's remove the skip part from here. And now what we want to do is have a look at these tests. Okay, there is just, yeah, there are two tests at the moment. Let's have a look at them again. So we have an old product, new product. We create something with ProductsRepository, and then we expect certain response body. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna run these tests first. Okay, we've got one failed test, and this failure is, okay, we get an empty object. Yeah, that should return status code. Okay, let's have a look at the production code. And all right, I see. There is no implementation yet. That's why. So let's add implementation here. What we want to do is to call. Yeah, let's just call product repository update. And we want to pass that request body product. But the problem is this product is incorrect, isn't it? Because yeah, what we've got here is new product. This is what we're going to receive, right? And I think, yeah, this is not really correct. For update, I don't like the name new product. However, on the other hand, it's gonna be very similar to it, isn't it? I mean, it's gonna be identical if you think about it, because we don't care about created at for modification, but we also don't care about ID because ID is there. So if I change something like product, if I define a new variable, let's call it product to update, which is gonna be a product. When I pass here the request body product, then the missing ID, which is just, this is just taken from this ID parameter, it still complains about created at. And the thing is with update, it doesn't really care about created at. So we can essentially just add anything in there, like new date or something. And then when we just pass product to update, it's not going to complain anymore. However, operating on new product is still sort of incorrect to me. It shouldn't be new product. Maybe we rename it. Let's rename it to something else. Yeah, I can't really come up with a good name for this. So I'm just gonna go for product data. If you know about better name for this data structure, so product without ID and created at, let me know in the comments. Okay, I'm gonna use product data, and also I will rename it here. Which is not perfect. I still don't like it. So here, yeah, this doesn't have to be turned into product data like this. And yeah, it complains about something. I will deal with it in a second. Oh, okay, that's the put product that is not ready yet. But let's rename that file as well. So that shouldn't be new product, but product data. Yeah, that should automatically change all of the imports. So let's quickly implement this put method. By the way, we have some unused imports. Okay, let's just quickly implement that. So we have a product, we've created at, yeah, as I said, this is not really relevant here, so we can use anything. This could be reflected, I mean, we can modify update to omit this field. But I guess, yeah, this is not really gonna be elegant here if we do that. Instead, we could use two arguments like ID and new product. Yeah, maybe let's modify it. That should be quick, I hope. Yeah, we have to modify the tests for repository now because, yeah, I was thinking maybe we just, yeah, I don't really like this get date, the new date in here because that shouldn't even be there. So you know what? Let's just modify the interface to use product data, and then let's modify first the tests for products repository, DynamoDB products repository, to reflect it because, yeah, okay, yeah, there is actually another issue here. Product data should be product data. And all of the new product that we use, I don't think there is many of them. Yeah, it's just this one. So this is gonna be product data. But yeah, for the update, let's modify this repository update. Let's add product ID and product like this. And the same thing should be in the second test case. It complains now because I haven't modified the DynamoDB repository itself yet. but I will do in a second. Let's just have a look. Yeah, so this should be new product ID and new product. So now, yeah, that should be existing product ID here. So now this essentially can be undefined, and this can also be undefined. And maybe let's call it product data. Should it be product data? Okay, we have a new product data. Okay, because that's really product data. Okay, and now let's go to the repository and modify it, because now it doesn't implement that interface, the repository interface. Okay, now it's fixed. So is it though? Hang on. I think there is still a small issue because we want product data, not product. Okay, but I think product data is just compliant with product that's passed in there. Oh, okay. So I think TypeScript just didn't detect it yet. So let's just modify this to use product data. And then we just use ID here to get existing product. And we want to do map where we have our data. And what's missing is also ID. That's just gonna be ID like this. And then what we want to return, right, I see. So what we want to return is new product. And that is that new product. So there is small modification that's needed to be done in order for this to be a bit more clear. Okay, and now we're gonna return a new product. Yeah, hopefully this will all pass with these modifications. So now let's go back to the controller. And just quickly on the controller, let's add this ID and product to update, which doesn't have to be like this anymore. We can just use request body product. Yeah, this might also be good to rename this to product data or something like that. But because I don't like product data and I'm still thinking about different name for that, I'm just gonna stick to how it was before. And now when we get product, yeah, for now we just want to return it. So this not like that, because that has to be a response body, which is, yeah, product and product. And yeah, that should be as product for now, because yeah, it might be undefined. This might be undefined if the product doesn't exist, but we don't have a test case for it yet. So yeah, just quickly on this, I modified product repository and the implementation of this products repository for DynamoDB to take 2 arguments in the update method instead of 1. So now we take ID and product data, which is product without ID and created at, instead of just taking the product, right? So that's what I've modified. And I also modified all of the DynamoDB tests, the repository tests. And now I've just tried to make this put product test pass. So I'm gonna try to run all of these tests and see if we still have any failure. Okay, there is one test that failed. Let's have a look. Okay, we've got something around ID and created at for our update. Modify existing. Okay, with products that, okay, this is in products repository DynamoDB. And that's something about this assertion. So let's go back there. Let's find this test. Just this one. And what is wrong? Is actual to equal new product data. So this one is now incorrect. And this is because, okay, the new product data has ID that is undefined and created at that's also undefined. So what we want to do instead is to check it against this new ID that's been added as a part of existing product that's been inserted to DynamoDB, right? So that should be existing product ID and created as, I think I also complained about it. This is also existing product dot created at. However, I think this is going to be, because this, what we check is the, all right, okay, yeah, we check against the date, so that should be fine. Yeah, and you know what? It might be worth creating expected variable just for that. So we will have a expect actual to equal expected. Just move it there to the arrange part of the test. Yeah, hopefully this will work now. Okay, all tests passed, and along with the put endpoint that I'm going to go back to after this small modification of DynamoDB that resulted with one failing test that we had to fix. Okay, yeah, finally we can write the last test case for the put product ID. And this test covers non-existing product. So when we try and not found error message, right? This is when we try to update something that doesn't exist. And by something, I mean product, obviously. So if product with given ID does not exist, this is going to be very simple test because we just want to run, just want to send this request, the put request with a request body that just matches whatever it needs to be, right? So we can essentially do something like this. Created at undefined. Maybe it's also worth creating a helper for this product data. Just a hint, which I might do later, but yeah. Don't think we have time for this. Okay, let's go on. Let's just move on with this. So we want to check if that body is equals to expected response body that I am going to create. And here, you know what? Maybe actually not even like this. With errors, I usually just check the type of the error. So let's do product not found. I think we already have this kind of error code. Maybe it could be a good idea to split it out into a separate enum maybe or something like this. And yeah, the status code should be 404. Now, when I run this test, along with others, that should fail, because we don't have production code for this yet. Okay, and we've got a failure. And this is, yeah, we got undefined instead of product not found. And now what we're gonna do is to go back to product controller, and let's cover this case, which is gonna be very similar. I mean, it's literally a copy paste from here. And now we don't need to cast the result of the update call as product, because we've got this if statement. So we have a product not found that matches this one. And now when I run the tests, they should pass. So yeah, let's try. Okay, and all tests passed. Okay, we've got 29 test cases already. It's quite a number. Right, so yeah, we've got put method covered. The only method that's left, actually there are two methods that's left that I promised at the beginning. So we want delete. That should be relatively simple. And we've got a list endpoint, but that's gonna be a separate controller. So let's do delete first. And for delete, we already know we're going to need a repository method first. So let's go back to repository test. So what we need is this test. I'm gonna close these two files for now. And products repository. This is gonna be useful, and this is gonna be useful. Right. So there is a new method that I'm going to add tests for, and that method is delete. I'm not sure if delete actually is allowed for method name. Let's have a look. Maybe boolean. Yeah, it is allowed. Okay. So yeah, since I added it there, maybe let's add it to our DynamoDB repository as an async method. And for now, let's just return promise, resolve, and true. Now going back to the DynamoDB test, the DynamoDB repository test, here we will have a test case that says it returns true if product with given ID had existed and it was removed successfully. Okay, and here this is gonna be quite simple, isn't it? So we need to create an existing product. So just copy paste from the update. And now we want to call the repository, the delete method, just with the existing product ID. It should be ID. And we don't really need to have actual here. We can do expect this to be truthy. So I want this to be true, right? This is when we had product that existed. and then it should return true. And what's gonna happen when I run the test? I think it's gonna pass, isn't it? Because we resolved to true. So yeah, let's have a look. Okay, and it passed as I said. Now I'm gonna add a second test case that's gonna break the test. I mean, another test case that's going to fail. And I already know it is going to. Or you know what? Maybe let's not add this one, but let's do another assertion that checks if that client, if that record is still in database. Maybe that's better, isn't it? So we can break this. We can break this test case. So we can modify the production code, like add the production code to actually delete this document from the DB. And to verify, we can do a copy paste actually. So let's just go for this one from create. And we want so yeah, we're going to have to modify it slightly. So let's just use actual. And now let's do, okay, that should be existing product ID. We try to get it. And then first of all, yeah, we want to check if actual is true. But then we want to check if output item is undefined, right? To confirm the product is not there anymore. Okay, now let's run the tests. Okay, and it looks like this test case is now broken because we received something where we shouldn't. So let's fix that test now by just going to delete method. And let's call something similar to this, but we don't need all of this mapping or anything like that. We just need to do delete item command where we need a table name and the key. And for the key, this is going to be product ID, which is ID, something like that. And after deleting it, we can essentially return true. Yeah, and now this should fix the test because we're deleting that product from the DB. Okay, and the test passed. Let's add a final test case for this delete method. So we want to return false. It returns false if product we've given ID does not exist in database. Right? And that's gonna be simpler because we can just run it straight away with some random hash. So that's just random UUID. And we expect the actual to be falsy. And that's it. Now when I run the test, it should fail. And it did fail. We received true instead of false. So now let's modify the production code to fix the test. And I'm actually not sure if we can get it from the output, so we may have to do one extra call in there. Let me just see If we do output dot, yeah, I'm not entirely sure if we can get anything about it. What about metadata? Yeah, there is not really any information. Not entirely sure if HTTP status code tells us whether it's been deleted or not. So I suggest, I think it's just safer to do the get first. So we want to do get item command first. So we essentially want to do fetchById, I think. Yeah, we can just run fetchById here. So if we do const existing product equals await this fetch by ID, and we pass that ID from here, if that existing product doesn't exist, we want to return false. Okay, and otherwise, this can remain as it was. So otherwise, we do that, delete, and then we return the true. Okay, so that should fix it. And yeah, by the way, for any sort of errors related to DynamoDB itself, so let's say we have a command that failed for some reason and DynamoDB thrown an error, we're just going to treat it as an internal server error. So this error will be logged in our logs. We will see it in the CloudWatch. But what we give to the user is just internal server error, because that's not the behavior that we expect to get from database, right? That's gonna be, that means we mess something up badly, or there is an issue with AWS with DynamoDB, right? Okay. Yeah. Let's go back to, yeah, let's run the tests again. You know, normally when I'm working with tests, I use a watch command, but because this is recording and my laptop's fans are spinning right now, I cannot let myself to use the test with watch. It consumes too much resources, CPU. Right, okay, we've got this test, all of the tests passed, and delete method is covered now, the delete method in the repository. And we can go back now to product, to API, product test, and product controller. Right, let's start from the test, and let's add another endpoint with another method, which is gonna be delete. And here we're gonna have more copy pasting, because we have, I think, all of the cases, all of the previous endpoints that we've covered, we can just reuse the code from them to test the delete. So that should be easier. Okay, for testing unauthorized, let's start from this one. So we want to do test unauthorized delete, and let's make it the first test. So when I run yarn test, this should fail now because it's going to return, it's going to respond with 404, not 401, but that's going to make me create that endpoint in the controller, right? So create a method for that endpoint with a decorator. Okay, as I said, it failed and it is not found instead of unauthorized. So let's go to product controller and let's add, maybe let's just copy this method, the get product, entire thing, and let's just rename this to delete product. And that should be delete with security. And here we're not going to return response body, because when we delete, essentially this is just going to be void for now. So maybe let's just keep it as it is, and then we write the next test case, and then I add some code. So let's run tests and see if it passes now, because that should auto-generate a new endpoint for us, /product/ID parameter with delete method, right? And secured with JWT token authentication. Okay, we got all of the tests passing, and let's carry on. So another test case is going to be it responds with 204 status code. That's the HTTP no content. If the product has been deleted successfully. And here what's gonna happen is maybe let's just reuse some code from the get endpoint, but we will have delete. The only difference here is actually there any difference? And maybe there is no difference. I'm just thinking, yeah, we still want to create some product first. So that's going to create it. It's not really going to be expected product. Maybe let's call it existing, because we don't expect anything from this endpoint. I mean, except for 204 status code. So this will be existing product ID that we want to delete. And finally, we want to make sure if the response status code is 204, it responds with 204 status code and deletes the product if the product has been deleted successfully. Yeah, maybe that's not the best description for this test, but yeah, let's just leave it like that. And let's add an extra expectation, which is going to verify if that product has been deleted from the repository. So product equals await get products repository, and we want to do fetch by ID existing product ID, and here we want to make sure that this product is undefined. So that makes sure delete does what it's supposed to do. Okay, gonna run tests. Okay, and we've got this test failed, and this is correct. For some reason, we actually got 204, looks like. So there is nothing else that we need to do annotation-wise. So here, I guess it's just about calling these, delete, this is not gonna be like that, these products repository, delete, and we just need to pass ID, and that should do, I suppose. And there we go. So yeah, we don't need to use this success response. I guess this is inferred automatically based on the void type. Okay, let's go back to product spec and handle the last test case, which is 404. It responds with 404 status code and not found error message. if product with given ID does not exist. And here we just want to send that request, but with random UUID. And then for the response status code, we expect to get 404. And maybe let's have a look at the put method. Yeah, that's what we need. Product not found. Okay, and let's paste it here. And now when I run the test, I'm not going to get 404. And I'm going to fix it quickly right after that. So I'm not even gonna check the test because I know what the failure is gonna be. It's going to complain about status code not being 404. Okay, and let's fix it straight away. So this is gonna be very similar. However, maybe let's call it deleted. Deleted. That's what we received. And if this is false, we want to throw API error, product not found. Now when I run the test, they should all pass. Okay, and they all passed. Right, so now the final endpoint. And this is the least endpoint. And I think this is going to have only one test case for that method, for the get products. However, some extra tests for the repository, because yeah, okay, let's switch to repository now, because for listing the products, what we're gonna have to do, it's not this one, it should be the repository itself and the test for the repository. What we're gonna need is something like fetch all. So maybe I start writing test for it. So it's gonna be fetch all. And this should, it returns all the products from products table as an array. And now for fetch all, let's go to products repository and let's add fetch all. And this is gonna be promise that gives us an array. So there's not really gonna be any failures here. Like if the table is empty, there is no products in database, we're just gonna get an empty array. So there is not much for error handling in this case. Okay, let's implement this fetch all in the DynamoDB repository. So that's gonna be async fetch all. And for now, this is just going to return a promise, resolve an empty array. And then in the DynamoDB repository tests, for this test case, what we want to do is, I guess, maybe create two different products. So let's do something like that, maybe await, promise, all. And here we're going to have create product and then create product again. We're going to do a map on these, and then inside the map we'll have an asynchronous function. And that asynchronous function is going to call this await client send put item command where that's the product that we want to add to that table, right? So this is going to just add 2 random products to the database. Then we're going to call const actual, actual products, and that's await get repository fetch all, and then we expect actual products to equal, and for that we need existing products, which I am going to create here. Expected, sorry, that should be expected products, and these are our expected products. Maybe let's add this first like that, and then add them to the map. Okay, so we create expected products variable, an array, right? 2 random products. Then we add these 2 products to the database, and then call fetch all. And at the very end, we want to make sure that what we received is these products that we added to database, which is not going to be the case right now because we return an empty array, and this test should fail. And it did fail on what I was talking about. So it expected these 2 objects to be in there, but received an empty array. Let's fix it. So I'm gonna switch to the products repository DynamoDB, and we're going to use a scan command. So we will have output equals await client, this client, and then send new scan command. And here we just need to provide table name, which, by the way, this can also be refactored, and I will refactor it in a second. Because yeah, it's too many config get in there. I guess that should be passed in the constructor. Or you know what? Let's do it right now. So maybe let's not pass it in the constructor now, but we can definitely do something like table name string, and then we can add just assign a value in there in the constructor, and here we're gonna start using this table name instead of this config get, which is everywhere, I think, by now. So let's fix it. Right, okay. And we get the output where what we wanna do, because that output, it has items now, but these items are a record string to the attribute value. So these are DynamoDB items. We want to map them, right? So what I'm going to do is essentially map all of them, but this might be undefined. So I'm gonna do this kind of syntax where if items are undefined, then we're going to have an empty array. So that's what we're going to return in the end if there are no items. Otherwise, that's gonna map all of the items with map product DynamoDB item to product, and we're going to pass that item to that function in the map. So this is going to map all of the items from the scan command to product. So we should get the product array in the end. Let's see if this works now. Okay, and it doesn't. And that is due to, I think it might be the order of things. Yeah, it looks like it is the order. I'm curious why. Yeah, I suppose this is just an order. So you know what? Because DynamoDB doesn't store them in order unless you use the sort key, which we don't use with this example project. Let's go back to the test and let's sort all of these products. So what we're gonna do is to make sure expected products and actual products are sorted with the same algorithm. And because these are arrays of objects, right, for both cases, expected products and actual products, this is just an array of products, we're going to have to provide a sorting function here. So we'll have A and B, and we have to compare A and B. So we'll be comparing IDs. If AID is greater than BID, then this is actually not that important. What's gonna be the order? So that's gonna be the sorting function to use. As long as it's the same, it should work now. It should make the test deterministic. Because like without sorting, if you tried a couple times to run the tests, there would be cases where the tests pass. This is because, as I said, the order of insertion to DynamoDB is random, right? So there could be the case where the order of expected products is exactly the same as the actual products. But only with sort we can make sure, right, that the both order in both cases is the same. And there we go. So the test passed, and I think this is it. We just needed this one test. We could add another one to verify what happens if there is no products in the table. But I think here we can sort of trust TypeScript. I mean, it's still up to us. We can return something that is not an array. But because we don't do any casts in here, like, you know, output items as array of products, and we are actually strict about what's returned from this method, we save, and we can save time. We don't have to add the test case that checks for empty array. Okay, let's close this now, and let's go back to the API tests. So I'm gonna open product spec ts and product controller. Then in the product spec, let's add another describe. This is going to be for the list, right? So we will have a get products, and it should respond, and it should respond with 200 status code and the list of all of the products. Okay. That is one test case. It would be nice also to check for the security, right? That's something I forgot about. So this is gonna be for get and /products. And then in this case, what we want to do in the list products test case is to send a response, a get response to /products with the token and everything, where we're going to have expected products again. It's gonna be a bit similar like with the repository, but the response body is different data structure. So for expected products, again, we're going to create 2 random products. And then we're going to run get product repository, create, and these 2 expected products. Okay, yeah, that's gonna be slightly different, right? Because calling repository is actually creating a new ID and created at. So that's going to create a product, from new product, okay? So you know what, in this case, expected products should be the result of calling products data. And here we don't really care about the product ID. This is gonna be the result of calling the promise all. That is going to happen on our products data map with async inside. And this is where we're going to call get products repository and create on every single element of this products data array. All right, and we're going to return it. So essentially what happens here is we've got an array of products data, and this array is mapped into array of promises. And these promises are passed, right? This is where this transition happens, right? This is where we map product data structure to the promise where the product is created, right? And then this array of promises is passed to promise all. So once all of these promises are resolved, that means all of the create methods have been called. Then all of the results from these promises will be passed as an array assigned to expected products, effectively making expected products sort of what we had with the repository, right? But with the repository, we had a control over what the product, a single product ID is. Here, we have to rely on the repository to generate that ID of a product. And that's why this is syntax to get the newly created products first. Now we just call this, and yeah, with this case, I'm not entirely sure if we don't get more products than we're supposed to. And I guess it would be a good idea to specify here before all in the context of products. And before all would just run delete products table. I think that's the simplest what we can do, and create a new one. We could also do delete like remove everything from the products table. I think this is just faster because it's just copy paste from this order before alls and after all. Okay, so now the response is request get products, and what we want to verify is if response body products equals expected products. So that's what we expect to get from this endpoint. And now I'm going to run the tests, and these tests are going to fail. One test that's going to fail is this unauthorized. We will get 404 instead of 401 status code. And this is going to fail because there is no implementation for products list, for get products yet. And we also gonna get 404 instead of this. And by the way, I've just realized I forgot to check for the status code. Okay, as expected, we have two failed test cases where one is, gives us undefined instead of the body, and we have unauthorized, status not found instead of authorized. Right. Okay, let's go to product controller and let's fix it. So here I'm going to add a new method. Gonna call it maybe list products. List products. Just a quick reminder, it doesn't matter what kind of method name you give. tsoa doesn't care about these. It only cares about these decorators. So here, if I do get, and I think, that's the moment where this is gonna be a bit tricky, because as you can see, we have a route product, not a products. And because of that, I don't think it is possible with tsoa to still keep it in the same controller. We probably need to create a new controller. Maybe let's do that. Instead of checking the documentation, I will just create a new controller that's gonna be faster. So I will just add a new products controller .ts. Right, we have to remember it has to end with controller. And then maybe for now, I'm just going to copy all of these, then remove these, because that's not going to be in the product controller anymore, and just paste, then change this to products controller, and let's import all of these dependencies. Let's change route to products, then let's import all of these decorators. This get doesn't need any parameter because we just want to do the base endpoint for products for get method. There's not really gonna be anything in the list, so we don't need path decorator. And products repository is going to be useful. We actually require this. Okay, path is not needed. Right, and let's do that. Okay. Just a quick reminder, provide singleton. This is for the inversion of control container to create an instance of products controller automatically for us, right? So we don't have to do it manually. We don't need to do const products controller equals new products controller. That's gonna be done by the IOC. And this is, again, let me just remind you, this is IOC.ts file that's responsible for that. I think this was the load method that's called in here with build provider module that does it for us. Okay, let's go back. Then the inject, right? This is connected. This is related to, again, let's go back here to products repository from here, which is a manually created instance of products repository DynamoDB. Maybe in the future, I will figure out a better way of dealing with these dependencies, so we don't need to rely on a manual configuration in the ioc.ts file. But for now, I'm just gonna stick to this. Okay, so list products. This is where we want to just call Yeah, that's not really gonna return void. We will have something like type, and that's gonna be products response body, where we have products and product array. That's gonna be the response body, and that's what we're going to respond with in there. So I've just realized I have to modify the test, because what we do, okay, I don't have to modify the test. I've already taken this into account, that there's gonna be another property, right, in the response body. So let's call this products repository and fetch all. And then let's just return products like this. Okay, and I think this is it. Or maybe it isn't. I forgot about security. Let's add security. And that's gonna be securities and user of security. Otherwise, the other test case would fail. Right. Okay, let's run the tests and let's see if we have any issues. Right. Okay, we've got one failure. And this is about... Okay, this is about order of things again. You know what? With the order of things that I forgot about again, I was thinking, maybe let me demonstrate you a different testing strategy that we can take, okay? This testing strategy is not going to reflect how DynamoDB behaves 100%, because we're going to take control over the repository. And I think that's gonna be sort of okay still, because we have separate tests that test repository behavior, right, against a real DynamoDB. So we should be safe even with a slightly different behavior of the repository than DynamoDB itself. But yeah, let me show you. So the first step that I'm going to do is something that I would do anyway, which is to move out this get products to a separate spec file, because it sits in a separate controller. I guess it might be a good idea to also separate it to a new file, especially that this could be further extended with filters, for example, or with the limits, offsets, and other kind of stuff like this, right? Where we can manipulate what's returned from database. Okay, so let's add products.spec.ts. And now let's just move this. Yeah, maybe rename this to product. And then what I'm gonna do is to copy all of these, that block of code, just gonna paste it in there. Here, this is gonna be products. In the product spec, I am going to remove this entire describe section. And in the product spec.cs, yeah, let's just do that. Okay, so we're not gonna be working with product spec anymore. Yeah, and we're gonna focus on products spec.ts. Here the endpoint is gonna be products. And let's do all of the imports, which I also have to copy paste, unfortunately. So let's just do that. So it's gonna be faster. Yeah, I don't know why the automatic import doesn't work. Okay, this endpoint now can be used as a parameter in here. Hopefully now I can import it. I can't. If you know the way, to make Visual Studio Code work with this kind of imports that are outside of src file, please let me know in the comments. Okay. So that's gonna be endpoint, which is now different, right? It's /products, not /product. And hopefully the request at least. Yeah, the request works. And v4 import. Okay, perfect. Okay, I think this is it. Here we can use endpoint as well, right? Endpoint. Yeah, another candidate for moving this out. Maybe we could have some sort of a wrapper function called with authorization or with authentication. So we could remove all of the duplication across all of the spec files that we've got with authorization. I might do it at the very end, but yeah, we'll see how it goes. Because yeah, that's already been a long time I'm working on this project. Okay, let's see if this test passes first. Okay, now we have 13 test cases broken. And this might be due to the before and after all, which we don't need to do again, I think, here in the before all. So let's remove it from get products now. And let's try to run the tests again. Well, now we have even more tests failing. 21 test cases. And I think the issue here is with create products table and delete products table, because now having multiple files where we do that with before all and after all, like products spec, product spec, and also the repository tests, I think we might have some race conditions with how the table is created in DynamoDB, because let me just show you. So when we click through on create products table, we send create table command. And once this command is finished, once this promise is resolved, it doesn't guarantee that the table is available for getting items or inserting items. And there is a separate command that we can use. We could just call a separate function. And this function is called wait until table exists. And there is also wait until table not exists or doesn't exist, something like that. So there's one option. So you just wait until DynamoDB finishes its that operation, right? It has to finish it like internally. Other option, and I like this, the other option better, is to rename this create products table to create products table if does not exist. So that's gonna rename it everywhere. And now what we're gonna do in this function is to only create this products table if it doesn't exist already. Okay, so we'll have just create it if it doesn't exist. And how we're gonna deal with delete, I'm gonna show you in a second, because that's not gonna be delete anymore. So let's just start from making sure that the table is only created if it doesn't exist already. And how can we tell that it doesn't exist already? We're gonna have to send another command before create table command, and that is describe table command, where we just need to pass table name, and table name is going to be that config statement, right? We're gonna read it from the config. And when table does not exist, we're going to get an exception thrown, and that exception, we're going to check if it's not resource not found exception. And this is the only case where we want to rethrow it, right? Throw it again. If it's not resource not found exception, that means it was a different error, right? Different kind of error than the table does not exist. And after this if statement, this is where we want to create that table. This is the only case, only situation where we want to send create table command, because essentially if E is instance of resource not found exception, right? It's not gonna be rethrown. Instead, it's just gonna continue, right? And client send create table command will be executed. And that's what we want to happen. Okay, so that's one thing. And then with delete products table, we don't want to delete entire table anymore. Instead, let's just clear the table, okay? Let's just remove all of the items in the table. So maybe let's rename this to clear products table. And then what we're gonna do, we're gonna do scan, something that we're already familiar with. So let's just change that to scan command, right? And then that has to be done with the promise all. So what we'll do is output. We're going to map output items or empty array if items is undefined. And we're going to map it to the array of promises, where every single element here is item, and what it's going to return is gonna be client send new delete item command, right? So here again, we're going to have the same table name, products, and for the key, we just want to use a product ID, and that product ID is basically on the item, right? So that's what we want to do. We're just going to fetch all of the items, all of the products from products table, iterate over all of these products, and delete every single one of them. I suppose there might be another command that just clears entire table, but I'm not going to look at the documentation now because that should be enough, especially that we don't create many of them in the context of tests. So I'm sure this is enough. We don't need to be smarter about removing things from DynamoDB. Okay, and now having this finished, let's go back to spec files, because we're going to have to change how this works right now. Otherwise, some of the tests are gonna break. And yeah, what we want to do here in the get products, and I think that should be here at the get products level, is these two, right? So we want to make sure the table is there, and we want to make sure that it's empty. So that's gonna be for the products. Now for the product, it's the same case. I'm not sure why this is still okay. Yeah, so the imports are not. Okay, this is interesting. They should be automatically changed, but they're not. So we'll have clear and create if it doesn't exist. And this is just going to happen in the before all. Yeah. So we have a create if it doesn't exist, and await clear. So now before all is enough. And finally, for the repository, there is one extra change. And again, need to fix the imports. Some reason this is not working. Where we're just gonna do this, and in the before all, that's gonna be somewhere else. I'm just gonna have to move it. So we'll do clear products table. But that's gonna go to fetch all. Because there's only one test case, we want to do, you know what, maybe let's do before each in case me or someone else editing this project, or me in the future adding more test cases here. I think it'd be useful to have before each. So every single test case that we have here, we make sure we work on the empty products table. Right. Okay, so let me just close all of these. Maybe not all of these. Let's keep products.spec. And let's try to run tests again, and hopefully this will work now. Okay, now we have 2 tests failing. So this is much better if you think about it. And let's see what tests are failing. So we've got get products. And we've got... Oh, okay, so just store new product in the products repository. Yeah, I guess let's go there. This is just because of my computer is slow. So we can live with 3 seconds, should be fine. So that's easy to fix. And the second one, let me just have a look at it. This is for get products, and for some reason we have lots of... Okay, so received. Looks like we have more tests than we expect to get. And that's something that is not correct. Yeah, it looks like there is more. I'm not sure if I read it correctly. Maybe you know what I do. Let's go. First of all, let's change before each. So you make sure this is empty when this test starts as well, like for both tests here. And then let's maybe make sure that first, let's make sure that response body products length equals expected product length. And let's try to run the tests. Yeah, let's run the tests again, and let's see if this is the case for the number of products, if something is still like messed up and we haven't removed all of the products properly. Okay, we have 1 test failed. And yeah, we received 3 instead of 2. This is an interesting one because I only created 2 products here. And they should all be... Unless there is something wrong with the before each. Let's just make sure we clear them. Okay, let's have a look again. Right, okay, now error message is... Yes, now it is about created at, and that's fine. Because we know this one. What is weird is that before each is not executed right before this test. I think this is a jest thing, and it might be due to just running all of the tests simultaneously or something like that. I'm just gonna make one more test with this clear products table. I'm gonna remove it from there. And let's, first of all, let's fix this with expected products. Let's fix the... So what we're gonna do is, let's just do something like that. So there's gonna be product. We need to map this created at. And we're going to return product and created at is going to be product created at to isostring, right? This is what we expect to get. And now, because I removed this clear products table, I'm going to try to run yarn test with run in band. I think this runs the test in sequence. And let's see if we have a success now. Because if it's the case, I'm gonna change the packages JSON. No, we still have a failure. All right, okay, but now this is another issue we've come across during this session. And that's the order, isn't it? That is the order of things. But at least the run in band works now. So you know what? Let's fix the packages JSON, because I also realized tests are slightly faster. It's just 17 seconds, and previous run was way longer. It was like 30 seconds or something like that, I guess. Don't remember exactly, but it feels it's faster now. So let's go to package.json and let's fix this script for running, all of the script for running the test. So we'll have silent and there's gonna be run. How do I do it? So that's just run in band. Run in band. We want all of these tests to be like that. And for watching, this is also gonna be the case. We've run in band. Yeah, otherwise I would have to just run this to here, because seems like before each doesn't work. Yeah, maybe it might be worth to consider a different test runner, because I've been experiencing lots of issues with Jest recently, like working with TypeScript, backend services, especially with Jest. So maybe, yeah, I will consider switching something else later on, maybe when I come back to this project. Okay, let's... Okay, instead of doing the sorting like we've done in the repositories, in the products repository test, I'm gonna show you an alternative way of testing this endpoint with the use of stub instead of calling the repository like we do here. And in order to do that, we're going to have to stop relying on database. So that's gonna just be in the context of products, but if you want, feel free to modify all of the endpoint tests to this approach, because this approach doesn't use database. It doesn't make calls to database, right? It's not going to store anything in there except for repository test, because we want to keep repository test to retain this communication with database to make sure this is all working correctly. But whatever is outside of this repository test, right? This is where we have that boundary, like virtual boundary, right? And this boundary is on the repositories. Having repositories tested separately, we can mock or stub them here in the test where we test the endpoints, okay? So we can fully control behavior as long as we have integration tests with repositories. Okay, so in here, we're gonna use the IOC container instead, and we're gonna do snapshot in the before each and in the after each, maybe even after all. This can be after all, and this can be before all. Here we're gonna do a restore. And what it allows us to do is, like in this example with article, we've got this with repository stub alternative test where we stub repository instead of calling it. As you can see here, this is an example from article. We do snapshot, we do restore. We have to remember about doing this rebind for the controller that is under the test. So in our case, this is not gonna be article controller, but products controller. Okay, if I do product controller and then modify it, this is gonna be faster. Okay, we don't need these imports anymore. We don't even need to get products repository, to be honest. Yeah, we're not gonna need that, so I can remove it. And yeah, this is the controller under test. This is important to rebind it because it's a singleton, it's fluent kind of injection with IOC container. So we need to make sure every time we put it under test, this is gonna get reinitialized, right? So it's just gonna create a new instance of it again. And now let's have a look at this expected products, because yeah, we're not gonna call a repository create anymore. We don't want to create anything in the repository. Instead, we want to take control over the repository. And again, I'm just gonna have a look at article spec, because here is how we can create the stub. And let's create one. Let's rename this one to products repository stub. And what we care with this stub is just one method, which is fetch all. And that's gonna be the method that we change the behavior of, right? We're gonna change the behavior of that method, but also we can check if it's been called. So for the expected products now, yeah, we can do something like that. We can make this expected products. So we have two random products here, products repository stub, and now let's use IOC container to rebind products repository to constant value, and that constant value is gonna be products repository stub. So that's what we're gonna do here. So now we swapping this products repository DynamoDB object with this stub, right? That's what we do. And now we can take control over it. We can make it return whatever we want. And what we're gonna make it return is mock result value expected products, right? Because we know what is the interface of products repository stub. I mean, at this point, we don't really do it, but I could be strict with the types. So we can do products repository. Let me show you how this can be done. But now this is gonna complain essentially because this is not implementing entire interface. So I have to cheat here a little bit. Maybe what I will do is this. As products repository, is it going to listen to me? Okay, is it not? It's not going to. Okay, I see. So unfortunately, yeah, if you want to be strict, we really need to be strict. So let me show you how you can do this. You just need to create a jest function for every single method of this repository. So we've got delete, create, fetchById, and finally update. Okay, and now this is gonna like it. This is not really a products repository. I'm just thinking we should change it to wrap it into something else. Let me just see how this is done, because I don't remember now. Okay, I haven't done it in here. So this is probably just mocked, I suppose, because now it doesn't complain about anything, and I guess if I call product repository fetch all, yeah, I can do it like that, but also can set some values, right? I can make it return a certain value, and that's the case for this test. Right, and now this is gonna be pretty straightforward because we have a full control over what this repository returns, and what it returns is a resolved promise with expected products. So now we can make sure this is exactly the same what's been returned from the repository, right? We don't need to store anything in database in order to test this endpoint because we have a control over the repository itself. And yeah, with this IOC container, I still suggest to not redefine any other dependencies except of those that are at the boundary of the application, right? So if it's repository or if it's a external third-party API client, this is a good example of usage of this IOC container rebind. But for internal objects, I wouldn't suggest that, right? We don't want to have too much control, so we're trying to test at the boundary. Okay, I'm gonna run this test now and let's see if this works. So I don't need to do run in band anymore because this is a part of, yeah, that's a part of this packages.json script. Right, okay, still an issue with created at, but that's fine. Maybe I start fixing it because I keep forgetting about this. So we've got expected products. Yeah, well, we still need to have something like products and then expected products, which is gonna be products map, and P is mapped to P and created at, which is P created at to isostring, right? And now products is what we're gonna return from fetch all, but expectation is set on expected products, right? And now when I run tests again, we should finally get a pass. Okay, everything works. Everything's covered. 5 endpoints implemented. And also, I've just shown you an alternative method of writing tests. Yeah, just one thing to add here, really. What's good about this test, this is main advantage, they are faster, right? Because we don't create anything in database. We don't fetch anything from database, right? To do any comparisons here. We just use mocks instead, right? We can also make sure that something has been actually called, right? In this case, because we use a random data for create product, we don't need to verify. This can be more black box test because these are with random values and it's not really possible to hard code them in the code. So we don't need to have a assertion that checks if a certain method on a stub has been called and what it has been called with. So yeah, that is not needed here. Okay, yeah, so I leave up this decision up to you if you decide to follow this mockist kind of approach or you want to work with the real database. But yeah, for now, I'm just gonna continue. And I think now it's time, since we have everything covered. Obviously, there could be more tests if you want to add them, and maybe we add a few more when I show you some extra features of tsoa, which I am going to do in a second. But first, having all of this finally implemented and covered with tests, we can test it in the browser with the docs page. So let's start it because I stopped it. So let's run yarn dev or npm run dev. And then once this is started, okay, app listening, we can go back to the browser to the documentation page where when we refresh, we can see all of the new endpoints, right? We've got the example ones, and here is delete product, get product, put product, post product, right? And get products. So the first step to test if this is all working is to authenticate. So let's click on auth, then try it out. We're gonna keep this text area as it is, type anonymous. Then we want to click on execute. And here is the response body. From the response body, we want to copy this token. This is the JWT that we use to authenticate or authorize. We're gonna scroll to the top, then click on authorize here with the padlock. Paste that token in here. Click on authorize. And then close. And from now on, we can call all of these endpoints. Let's start from user me to see what is our UUID. So let's click on user me, try it out, execute. And this is the response body, right? We've got UUID with some random v4 UUID hash. So user me works well. Now let's do products. So if I go to products, try it out, execute, I get products with empty array, right? There is no products yet in database. And there is one thing actually with the call to this endpoint, there is one thing that I would like to point out. At the moment, we're using the table created by the tests. And I think it would be a good idea to make sure the table is created whenever we start the local environment. So we're not going to end up with like internal server error because table doesn't exist if we haven't run tests yet. We just, have a clean project downloaded on our computer. And maybe I just quickly fix it because that's an easy fix. Just need to go to the entry point, server.ts. And in the server.ts, I think if we just do, let me just see. That's gonna be create products table if it doesn't exist, right? That's what we want to run once the app starts listening. Okay. Yeah, the configuration for this is gonna be taken from DynamoDB in the config. And here in the config, it might be a good idea to just maybe keep the same endpoint as we have for the local environment in the default. So this is going to be our default. And this is also for the tests. However, for the custom environment, maybe not the custom environment, but let's do something like maybe let's do development.json. And then we just copy this thing, paste it in. And here, DynamoDB is going to be empty. Right. There is one more thing we would like to do. So for DB tables, ideally, for the DB tables, we want this to be products table name. environment variable. Yeah, that basically overrides anything from the config with the value of environment variable. And we're going to use this kind of environment variable when we deploy this API with Serverless Framework in a few minutes. Okay. So now that should use, for the local environment, it should use the same one. Okay. I'm just curious if it does. So I'm gonna restart the yarn dev. Okay, app is listening. And we can just do execute because the token is still valid. So if I click on execute for get products, and now I get internal server error. So there is still something not correct. Okay, I get the no matching bindings. Oh, I've seen this error before. And last time it took me ages to fix it. Essentially, why Inversify? Because this is Inversify complaining the IOC container. And this is due to this create products table if does not exist function being outside of SRC folder for some reason, because we keep it in test helpers products table file. It fails for some reason, right? Let me fix it. What I'm gonna do is to go to products table. So here, products table, and we're going to move this entire implementation of create table if does not exist to the source folder, to SRC, I guess in the util. Maybe the util is the right place. So you know what, let's just copy the name and then let's just create a file with the name create products table if does not exist. And let's just move entire thing in there. But because we want to be compatible with our tests, it has to sort of stay there, right? It has to be exported in the products table in helpers as well. So let me show you how we can do that. So in here, we can require the client as an argument, DynamoDB client, right? We still want to, yeah, we're gonna run this command. Then, yeah, we need this import as well. We're gonna need, we're gonna need config. And that's it. That's what we're gonna need in the util. So I can close this now. And here, what we're gonna do instead, we're going to export this as a function. But this time, yeah, it's not gonna take any arguments. And we're going to, let's just for now use a different name to import it. If we can import it easily, or maybe we can't. Yeah, right. So I'm gonna have to do it manually anyway. So in here, let's just write import from, and that's gonna be src util and create products table name if it doesn't exist. And we're going to just import it as something else, right? As create products table. And this is what we're going to return here, right? So we're gonna have a function that we export, and this function has a client already injected here, right? So that should makes just like it should, the test should still pass. I'm going to verify it in a second. But with this approach, when I go back to server.ts, I can import First of all, maybe let's do it outside app listen. So I'm just gonna use set immediate with asynchronous function. And here we're gonna do create products table if it doesn't exist, but we're going to import it from the util, right? And we're going to pass a new DynamoDB client from here with config get DynamoDB. So that will be separate to how it is initialized with tests. Okay, let's go back to the documentation. To the documentation page. And let's try to execute it again. Right, and now we get the empty products array, empty collection here in the JSON response. So that works. And let's confirm the tests work as well. Yes, and they do work just fine. I think we don't clean our after ourselves with tests. So now when I run execute, we will see some products in here actually. But this is not bad because we can test another endpoint without the need of creating a new product. So let's have a look at this one maybe. The product ID, right? When we click on execute, we just get that one product. And this is basically matching the ID that's been passed there. Nice. Okay. Let's modify it maybe. Before I delete it, let's try to modify it. So here is how it looks like. And in the put, as for the description, so we need to remember about try it out first. Then let's paste this. And then maybe let's use this one, which is its actual, how it looks like actually. And maybe let's modify the price to be something else, like 100. There's not gonna be any ID here. There's not gonna be created at, just these three. And you know what? Maybe let's change this to maybe iPhone 12 and description. Maybe I'm just gonna keep description. Execute. And there we go. We can see a new response body that should be modified now and should give us here in the get endpoint. When I click on execute, we should get, a new name, new price. So that's working. Okay, let's move on and let's delete it. So when I delete it, try it out, delete, execute. Yeah, I got 204, hopefully. Yeah, that's 204, no content. I think it's this one. And now when we go back to get, execute, and we have a not found, right? I think it could be a good idea to add the message. That's something that's missing. So maybe I'll add it. And what's left is the post method. And you know what? For the post, let's just recreate it. But now it's going to have a different UUID. So let's have a look at post. Where we have post. So let's delete, get, put. Here we go. Here we go. Here is the post. So try it out. Let's paste it. And let's remove ID and create it at. And execute. And here is the newly created product. We've got the new ID now. And to verify if it's there, let's go again to get product ID and let's change that ID to this one. Execute. And we can see this product in here. So yeah, that confirms our REST API works. Can check the products again, by the way. And here is the product that I've just modified. I've just created actually. Okay. Yeah, so as I said, this confirms all of the endpoints work. So we have tests covering everything, and we have this documentation page where we can, as like with other kind of HTTP client, like Postman, for example, or curl, we can make HTTP requests to verify if our API works. Okay, the next step is I'm going to show you how you can extend this documentation, how you can add something extra to all of these descriptions in there, like to responses, for example, to the general description of the API, because you can use JS documentation in the code, and that's gonna be automatically read by tsoa and put on this documentation page as well as in the swagger.json file. So this controllers files, these controllers files are a real source of truth, right? You have all of the documentation there, and this is all auto-generated. So yeah, I'm gonna show you a few examples here. Maybe let's work with product controller because we have more endpoints in there. What can be useful as well is a product data. So I'm also gonna open it, and product. And one more file that I have to open, and that is package.json. That's what we're gonna be working with. Right. Okay, so let's start from, maybe I show you this documentation page again, and let's start from the general service name and this description along with the license and the contact, right? How can we change that? This is all defined in packages.json. So if I modify name, and let's call it Open API Products now. Okay, and for the description, maybe let's call it Products REST API. And now when we go back to the terminal, so terminal, new terminal, and let's go to this one. Let's restart it because it doesn't actually detect any changes in the JSON files, only in the TypeScript files. So we have to restart it manually. So I'm just gonna do yarn def again. And now this whole documentation has been changed. So let me show you in the browser. When I refresh, we can see we've got Open API Products and Products REST API. For the contact and license, these are just taken from the fields in here. There's also version. This version is extracted from here. Then author is this one, and license MIT is displayed here, right? Okay, and now moving on, we've got servers, and this doesn't have to be slash as a base path. We can use a different base path if we want to. And in order to change it, there's actually one extra file that I need to open. So maybe let's close packages.json and let's open tsoa.json because this is where it's defined. And then in tsoa.json, we can find this spec section in there. And inside this object, this JSON object, what we want to type is base path. And here you can specify whatever you like. So if we do something like /API, we will get, after starting this, restarting it because it is a JSON, unfortunately, so we have to do it manually. When we go back to Google Chrome and refresh, we've got /API as a base path. Okay, maybe let's go back to the previous one. And there we go. Okay. So that's how you control servers. Then here, this is based on tags. If you don't specify any tags, then you will get the default keyword. So maybe what we can do, I can demonstrate it by maybe going back. Let's remove base path from here. And I don't think we need anything. Yeah, I think that's it for tsoa.json. All of the rest is going to be defined in the product controller. So now if we go to the product controller, to our class, I can use a decorator that's called tags. And when I specify, let's just provide product as a value here. And now, because I'm modifying TypeScript file, this is just going to rebuild and restart automatically. So I just need to wait a few seconds. And when I see app listening, we can go back and refresh this page. And now, as we can see, we still got default for all of the endpoints in the controllers that don't have any tags. And we have a new one called product, right? Where we have all of these 4 methods for a single product. The products is still in a default. Okay. Okay. So yeah, this is how you change it. You can add multiple tags if you want. So I think you can just pass an array of strings. And okay, maybe not. Argument type is not. Okay, so yeah, at this level, I don't think this is possible. So you can only use one. Okay, that's how it's done, right? Okay, so you can specify more tags, but you don't pass it as an array, but just you can add another one, right? So we can say REST API or something like this. And now when it restarts, this will be reflected in the documentation. So now we'll have a product and a REST API, right? This is just repeated in there. That's how it works if you specify multiple tags in OpenAPI spec. So let's go back to just product for tags. So we will have this one section just for the modification for adding some extra documentation. Okay, let's go back, refresh. And now maybe let's have a look at this delete endpoint. This is what we're going to start from. And now, how can we add some description in here to explain what this endpoint does? How we do that is by going to the product controller and right above the endpoint itself. So we're interested in the delete product. Here, we just need to add JS doc, and actually it automatically created a param, but for now I'm just gonna remove it. We're gonna talk about it in a second. And here you just need to add some description. So what we can do is just say like delete a product from database if the product exists. Like a long description, right? And now going back to the documentation page, when I refresh, we've got this description shown in there. Now there is one additional option for summary. So if you want to display a very short description here at this level, you can use summary annotation. And I can just say delete a product. Maybe just delete product. Now let's go back and refresh. And as we can see, we've got summary in there, deletes product, and here is the full description of what this endpoint does. Okay, the next step, parameters. So if there is a parameter in the endpoint, we can also add description to this parameter. Okay, and how we do that is by going back to the controller, and then what we want to do is to say param, then the name of the param, and the description, which is going to be product identifier. Okay. Okay, cool. And now when I refresh, we will get that description in there, right? Product identifier. So this is how you add descriptions, summaries to a single endpoint, right? Just by using a JS doc like I've just shown you. Right, okay, let me show you now how you can specify examples, because that's also possible. For now, what tsoa does is using some default values for things like ID here. We've got an ID. If we do try it out, I think ID is the default one. Okay, there's actually nothing in there. It just says ID. So if you want to have a specific example in there, we can just go back to the controller. And now we can just say example ID. That's the param name, right? Has to match this one. And here in the double quotes, we want to use some UUID. And for UUID, maybe let's use something like this, right? And now let's have a look. After refresh, here we've got an example, right? So we can use that example if we want to call this endpoint. Actually, it's going to be provided automatically in this input box. Right, okay, and now moving on. If you want to add new responses, right? At the moment, this documentation doesn't fully reflect how delete endpoint works, because apart from 204, which is a successful response, we also have an unsuccessful response if given product does not exist. Okay, so maybe let's add an example here, an example response in there. How do we do that? Let's go back to the controller. And this is slightly different. We don't use comment, but decorator. And this decorator is called response. And for the response, we're gonna have to provide a generic type, and that's gonna be API error JSON. So this is the result of API error, the one that we sent as a response body. And here, first argument that we need to specify is what kind of status code is this? That's gonna be 404. Then the description of the error. So this is gonna be error not found. And then the third argument is an example error. And here, thanks to this generic parameter, we have IntelliSense. So we can just follow it. There's gonna be a message. At the moment, this message is empty. So maybe it's good moment to change it, but that's in a second. Then type is gonna be product not found. Again, this is a good candidate to be extracted, split out into enum. That's the one that we use here, right? And the last one, we've got details, but there is no details for this error in the delete product. Okay, and now let's have a look how this is in the documentation. Okay, and now in the documentation, we can see we've got another code 404, error not found, and here is the example value. And you know what? Maybe let's improve it slightly. So maybe we say product not found, and that's gonna be the message that we pass in here. So that will be better. Okay, yeah. Of course, you can specify more responses in there. You just need to use that decorator again. So for example, if we wanted to add something like maybe like 500, which shouldn't really be the case because we don't expect this. So that'd be like internal server error. And we will have like, we would have something like internal server error. And maybe let's keep the type empty just for now, just for the sake of demonstration, because I'm going to remove it in a second. Let me show you. So now there is another error, another status code. Okay, let's go back, let's remove it. And now let's move on with this. The next example I'm going to show you is with, maybe let's use a different endpoint right now. So I'm going to, close this one, and let's maybe use product, /product. So for /product, we've got the request body now. So there is some more input than just a simple path parameter. And we also have, there is just one at the moment, response body. Okay, let me show you how we can document a request body. So again, we're gonna go to the controller, and now instead of doing anything in there with the, sorry, that would be with post product, so it's this endpoint, we're going to look at the product request body type or interface, depending on what we've got. Okay, we've got a type, but this doesn't really matter. You can use interface. This still should work in the same way. And now if we want to document this product request body, and by document I mean add an example, then we just add a JSDoc comment like this, where we say example, and then we are supposed to specify an example like this, which is supposed to be a JSON where we're gonna have some sort of product data. So I'm just gonna copy it from there to build, to add a nice, oh, okay, that's gonna be a bit tricky. So that's gonna be an example for the request body. Now when we go back to the browser, we will get this exact same example as a request body. When we try it out, that's gonna be the default value in this text area, right? And we can do exactly the same thing for the response body here. Let me just show you. And this is how it looks like right now as an example, a response body in this case. Okay, so we have a request body, a response body. And for the response body, by the way, this is an alternative way to the one I've just shown you with the delete endpoint. Because with this response decorator, you can also define responses for the successful status code. So you can technically do 200, 201, and so on with this syntax instead. So it's entirely up to developer how we can document these endpoints. Okay, there is one more option that can actually make it even simpler in the end. Instead of using an example annotation on the request response body, we can go straight to the source. So let me, maybe let me remove this, or actually move it to the product. For now, I'm just gonna put it there and remove the other one. Because what you can do with tsoa, which I think is really cool, is to add a documentation directly on the interface or type fields. Okay, so instead of what we just did for entire type, for the entire data structure, we can do for a single field. So if I just go and right before ID, I add something like example, and then as for the example, I use this value. Maybe let's remove example keyword from there. Just paste it there. After it rebuilds the spec, and after the refresh of this website, what we will get in the response body is that value, right, that I've just used for a single field. And as we can see, all of the other fields, because they're not documented anymore, they just use the default values. But I guess let's change that. So let's add an example for name, description, price, and date. So now it looks like that. And then by going to documentation page, we can now see this is using these example values, right, that I specified for a product. And it works both for the request body and for the response body, right? Because in the end, product data is just a product without 2 additional fields. So it is smart enough to figure out the default values based on that product interface. Okay, so this is how you can document all of these entities, all of these endpoints. Maybe one extra thing that I can show you is when we look at the schemas, we will have documentation on these schemas as well. So for the product, when we have a look at a single field, we will get an example, right? And that example is from the product file, right? From that interface. So this is used globally now for any endpoint that uses product, right? So you don't need to repeat yourself with that. Okay. Okay, and now the last feature that I would like to show you is an extra validation that we can do with these annotations. But to fully demonstrate it, I'm gonna have to start from the test, because that's the approach I've decided to take for this video, to do test-driven development. So let me show you how we can make this price field taking only positive values, right? Because price shouldn't be negative. It should be always positive number. So let's change that. Let's start from writing a test for verification. If this is the case already, which is not gonna be, the test is going to fail, hopefully. And then I will show you how just by adding one simple annotation here in the comment, you can set up a validator for the minimum price. Okay, let's go to the tests. So that's gonna be test API, product, and let's have a look at this describe where we've got a post product, and let's change it. Let's add a new test case. So that should be it response with 422 status code and validation error if provided product price is negative number. And then our test is going to look like more like this. So we will have something very similar to what we sort of have here. Yeah. So here we want to just send, the product, but this should be a new product with name. So that's gonna be, you know what, maybe what we'll do is to use create product. But for this create product, the ID has to be undefined. Created at has to be undefined. And then for the price, let's use some negative value. Okay. And now we expect a response status code to equal 422, which is unprocessable entity as far as I remember, and the response body should look like expected response body. And I'm just gonna have a look there at this one. And based on this assertion, let's construct something here. So let's add it in the arrange part of the test. So we will have an expected response body is this, where there's not really anything except for this one. So we will have a validation failed, and now here, I think, okay, so here we've got a full control over the message. The error message is going to look like for the product price once we set up the validator, basically by adding a simple comment, simple annotation. So maybe let's pick some any kind of message that we need to copy paste later to make this test pass. So maybe something like price has to be equal or greater than 0. Okay, let's do something like that. And now when I run the tests, we're having one failure, which is correct because it created a new product where it shouldn't, right? But that's fine. We are about to change it. How do we change that? Just need to go back to the product, and on the price, we're gonna use a minimum annotation where we gonna specify a 0 as the minimal value. And then the error message, if this is not 0, if this is below 0, is going to be exactly the same as this one. And then when I rerun the tests, what I should get is this should succeed, but there might be some small difference in the error message. So let's see. Oh, okay, yeah, it's already failing. There is one thing I've got missing, and that should be that value that is incorrect. So let's add it to the test. So there is going to be value, and that value should be from there. So maybe let's just add a new invalid price, a new const, and we'll just use this invalid price over there. And then let's just use this invalid price over there. Right, and by the way, this approach allows us to add more test cases because, you know, just testing it against mine 1000 might not be enough, right? We want to check what happens for the 0. We want to check maybe what happens for minus 0.0001 or something like that, right? So you may want to use a data provider here and use invalid price as something that changes and runs multiple test cases, right? But this is just for the sake of for demonstration. So yeah, let's rerun the test and let's see if it passes now. Okay, and as we can see, this is working. So this is how you can add extra validation just by using a simple annotations. I left a link in the description below to the documentation page where you can find all of these annotations, because there is more. This is not just minimum. There's also maximum, is integer, is float. We have something for the arrays as far as I remember, and also for the regular expressions. So there is more annotations that can be used. Okay, I think this is it in terms of extra documentation that you can add to the OpenAPI specs. And now the final step, that is going to be deployment to AWS, which is going to be pretty straightforward. Just a few things that needs to be done. Okay, so let's open serverless.yaml. This is where all of the infra configuration is kept. And in this file, we're going to add a resource. And this resource is our DynamoDB table, because we're going to have to create products table on AWS, right? So I'm going to uncomment this section, and let's fix indentation as well. That is correct now. And what we're gonna add is a products table. Type is a DynamoDB table. Properties, we've got table name, and that is going to be products table name. And here it is going to be important to for this to match the environment variable that we define for this Lambda function that we've got here. And we're gonna have to define it. So I will uncomment environment section. And let's add, okay, yeah, I think this is again, has to be fixed with the indentation. And I'm going to add an environment variable that's called products table name. Let's pick something like for the actual name, let's pick something like products. And this has to match products table name from here, right? Because that's actually going to be read from there, right? From environment. Then the billing mode is going to stay pay per request. This is the cheapest at the very beginning because I think it's like you pay like 15 cents per million requests or something like this. If you would like to know the details, check the link in the description to the AWS pricing page for DynamoDB. And then attribute definitions. So we have just one primary key, hash key actually, because in DynamoDB it's called hash key, and this is product ID, right? So we need to have an attribute definition for this field, and then here in key schema we specify this field as a hash key, and that has to be product ID. And now there is a small improvement that I'm thinking about doing, but that's gonna be in the next iteration of the template project that we are based right now, that this project is based on, the ts-serverless-openapi. And that improvement would be to use this definition here for the resources to create a local DynamoDB table, right? So that's the plan for the next iteration, because right at the moment, I use this function, right? If you remember, for the local environment, there is a function that creates the table, and this is sort of duplicated there, right? The attribute definitions and key schema. Ideally, here we would also have just a single source of truth, and that would be in the serverless.yaml. And that actually shouldn't be very difficult. So yeah, I'm gonna do it very soon. Because that's just about reading this YAML and then based on that creating a table with AWS SDK. Okay, yeah, let's move on. So we've got environment variable defined. We've got this resource defined. Let's quickly go back to environment variable, because we also want to add another environment variable here. And let's call it node.env. And that's gonna be development. What node.env value is going to match is the config file name, development.json. We're going to have a specific configuration for DynamoDB here, and that's gonna be endpoint that is null. This is quite important for the REST API to work on AWS. Why endpoint null? This is for the AWS SDK in AWS Lambda environment to figure out automatically what is the endpoint, right? If it's null, it's going to be extracted from the default configuration inside AWS environment, inside the Lambda environment, instead of like it is in the default JSON where we point to localhost, right? We don't want to point to localhost when this runs in the Lambda context. So yeah, so we want this to be null, and we want node.env to be development, matching effectively this file name. Okay. Just one more thing on products table name, because there might be questions around that. This self-provider stage matches this provider field that I've just created called stage. And this is used for cases where you want multiple environments, right? Where you want to have a separate development environment and separate production environment where your real application, right? The application that is facing your clients, your customers is operating, right? That would be prod environment, and dev environment would be for your application where you test it, basically, right? So you only have access to it. And at the moment, we're going to use dev as a default. So what I'm creating here is a dev environment, and this is also specified here, right? In the node.env, we've got development. If we wanted to have a production environment as well, then I think I would just make node.env reading from the environment variable when we deploy something, and that value would be based on that. But this might be, I might do it in the future in the next video where I show you how to configure multiple environments. Here, we're just gonna be working with one environment, so I'm deploying to development, and that's it for now. And this stage, because the dev as a default, when used with self-provider.stage, that's gonna be swapped with a dev prefix, right? So we will have dev products to indicate that the products table name on AWS is for dev environment, okay? So yeah, so this is how that environment variables are going to work. Okay, and now the last modification is to uncomment IAM-role statements. This example one, and here we also want to fix the indentations, so that should be under provider. And what it does, essentially, it gives access to our Lambda function, which I'm going to talk about in a second. It gives access to DynamoDB resource to perform these actions, right? Which is put item, get item, delete item, and scan. This is what we use in our code. However, the way this points out to the resource is incorrect at the moment, because that was just something default, and it points to new DynamoDB table, which is not the case anymore. Now we have products table, right? So remember, it actually it is a reference to here, to this name of the resource over there. So I'm just gonna replace it with products table, and now that statement is correct. Okay, yeah. Before I talk about the function, there is one more thing, which is memory size. This doesn't have to be here. If it's not here, then it's gonna use a default memory size, which is 1 GB of RAM. I'm thinking 1 GB of RAM is too much. We can easily have 256 instead, and the function still should work just fine. In case you get some errors, you can always double it, but I think 1 GB is too much for it. And also, like, you pay more for more memory used, so less this value is, the better. Okay, and yeah, the final explanation around this function. So this handler, OpenAPI, I called it, points to src, and that's here, src index, which is index.ts, and handler. Handler is what we exported from index.ts, and that's just serverless express. This is the integration between Serverless Framework and express.js, right? We use express.js with our tsoa, with OpenAPI, and then on top of that, we have a serverless integration with Express using this Vendia Serverless Express library. And this is very simple to use. There is just one function that needs to be called, and we pass the app in there. This is the Express app, right? Which is used everywhere for other entry points, like with testing and with local environment. And then for the only one event that we handle, HTTP API, we use a proxy plus path. Proxy plus path allows for any kind of path, any kind of endpoint is gonna let it through with any kind of method. So anything that's sent to API gateway is going to be passed through to AWS Lambda, and AWS Lambda is supposed to handle it, right? And it does, because it's going to be proxied to the express.js, and that express.js is integrated with OpenAPI, and this is where we have all of the endpoints defined along with the fallback, right? I'm just gonna remind you. So the fallback is this, right? So if there is no endpoint defined for certain path, then we're just going to respond with not found. And you will see in a second once I deploy it, which I am going to do right now. So to deploy this REST API to DynamoDB, what we want to do is to go back to terminal. So terminal, new terminal, and let's just type yarn deploy and enter. Okay, and API is deployed. Here we've got the endpoint that I'm going to click on to open it in the browser. And what I should get is not found. And that's correct, because we don't have an endpoint like this. Let's go to docs. And now docs is, okay, yeah, it might not work the first go. You may need to refresh. 1 second. Okay, yeah. Sometimes you have to refresh it like 1-2 times. I don't know why. And what we see here is exactly the same page as this one. Right. But now we can access this page on the internet. And let's have a look and give it a test. So what we need to do here is also authenticate. So let's just click on auth, try it out, and let's do the anonymous authentication to receive this authentication token. Gonna scroll up, then click on authorize, paste the token in this field, then click on authorize, close, and from now on we should be able to call different endpoints. Maybe let's start from products. So I'm gonna click on products, and let's have a look if there are any products in our table. No, there is no products at the moment, right? This is empty array. So let's add a new product. Let's go to post. And maybe let's use the default one. So I'm just gonna click on try it out and just use the default one. Click on execute, and we should get in the response body newly created product. When we copy the ID and then paste it in the get method, just after clicking try it out again, in the ID, right? That should be the ID. So that's going to be swapped with this ID here. When I click on execute, I should get what I've just received. And that's the product in database. Let's test put endpoint. So for put endpoint, we still want to copy this value. And we want to click on put, try it out, and then paste the ID as a path parameter. And maybe let's change iPhone 12 to 13, increase the price. Or maybe let's try to break it first. So I'm gonna use a negative value and click on execute. And we should get validation failed, right? That's 422. Price has to be equal or greater than 0. So let's fix it. And let's click execute again. And now we should get the product updated. If I go back to get method, to the get endpoint, and I click on execute again, I'm gonna get new values, right? So that seems to be working. Now let's add another one. So I'm gonna go back to post, and maybe let's change it to iPhone 6. Decrease the price. And let's create another product. Okay, that's been created. And let's have a look at the list endpoint. So I'm gonna go scroll up to the products, then click on execute. And what we're getting is the list of 2 products. One is iPhone 6, second one, iPhone 13. And now let's remove iPhone 13 with the delete method. So let's click on delete. Let's try it out, then paste the ID and execute. And we got 204. And that means it should be deleted now. So when we go back to the list and execute it again, we're just getting one product, the remaining one, which is iPhone 6. Okay, cool. Yeah, that seems to be working well. So yeah, that was quite a journey, wasn't it? Very long video, but we finally got OpenAPI compliant REST API built with TypeScript, Node.js, Express and tsoa, integrated with Serverless Framework, deployed to AWS. And this is not the end. We can extend this project further. I'm not gonna do it in this video. This is gonna be probably a topic for the next one, but I just wanted to point it out that this is just the beginning for building APIs like that. And this is it for today. Let me know in the comments, how do you see the further development of this project, and let me know what would you like me to do next with it. Also, if you are interested in this type of long videos with step-by-step explanation, check out this video where I built a fully functioning web chat application with serverless WebSockets. Thanks for watching and cheers, bye.